We on? We on? I think we're on, dude. I think we're on. Bling, bling. All right, what are we going to talk about today? Today. A, B, C, 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 A, B, C. Being recorded feels weird. Being recorded feels weird. Being recorded feels weird. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is not comfortable. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, guys? Yo, what should my intro be? Ah! Yo, sky. Got my comfort drink. Okay, what's going on today? What's going on today? What's going on today? What's going on today? What is going on? I'm comfortable in front of a camera. Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm comfortable in front of a camera. What are you talking about? Dude, I'm in front of a camera all the time. I know how to speak in front of a camera. Looking at the little red light, that's not weird at all. I'm not creeped out at all. What do we got going on today? What do we got going on today? I like repeating noises. Oh, oh, school, whoa. Oh, all right, today, yeah. Today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today, welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna be the biggest thing since sliced bread, and I'm gonna start by talking about my jackets. I love jackets. As you can see, I have bought jackets. I've bought more than one jacket. I have used multiple jackets in my entire life. These are some of them. Now, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Why am I here? What am I talking about? Why am I here? What am I talking about? Why am I here? When I was a kid, I would lose my jackets. Maybe they're getting stolen. Maybe somebody was playing a practical joke on me. I was always losing my jackets. I was constantly running through jackets. And I'd have to come home and be like, but I don't know where my jacket went. Can I please have a new winter jacket? You know, and that didn't really go too well. So progressively, I stopped getting jackets, and it was more like, you know, just get layers, you know, put on a hoodie. So I kind of have like an association with jackets where I love jackets. I love outerwear, dude. Like, it's not even like any one particular thing. Like, maybe put limits on like including bibs in your jacket, but really we're talking about jackets today, so I'm going to keep it at jackets. I love jackets. I could talk about jackets forever, so I'm going to start and review all of my jackets. I want to go through every single little aspect of the jacket in hyperfixation autistic detail. Like, I want to go all the way down to the bottom of every little stitch and then also point out all the little ways that they failed. And all the things that I wanted to accomplish with these jackets that I wasn't able to, you know, accomplish, or things that surprised me. Like, half of these jackets, I didn't know why I needed it, in the sense that they put features in some of them that were totally outside of my scope of understanding. And then after using them over the years, I'm like, oh, this is why they put that there. This is what this is for. I would like this thing on this jacket, on this other jacket. So we're going to start with this piece. It's a piece. It's a one piece. It's from fucking New York. No, this is a Carhartt. You will notice I have detagged all of my shit. I still have one more to detag, but that's because I got it recently. But I really just don't like labels. So it's really nothing more than I just don't like having a square on my shit. I like my colors solid, and a label will break up the solidness of the color. So I guess we'll start with, what is the ultimate hoodie? Like, because that's always a question that everybody has. You all have polyester hoodies. Everybody's got their shitty hoodie. Everybody's got their favorite hoodie. Everybody's got their hoodie that they like that nobody else would like. And it's all individual. It all has to do with your own particular taste and whatnot. But if I did have to recommend a hoodie for everybody, if I had to be like, hey man, you really only need one hoodie. Like there's only one hoodie to buy. It would probably be this. Just for a durability aspect, I've had this about 15 years now. And as you can see on the cuffs are kind of coming undone a little bit, but this can be fixed. And I've kind of grown, as you can see. This used to come out to here. It's kind of shrunk a little bit, but it's still like a perfect work hoodie. Like I've done so much work in this hoodie, dude. I've demoed like roofs, hundreds of roofs wearing this hoodie, like holding shingles, just loose shingles, dirty as fuck with this. And it hasn't broken yet. None of the cuff seams have popped. Not one. And just to clarify, I don't know. I mean, maybe I might not need to mention this, but I do wash most of my clothes on either hot or warm 2 rinses. Because I don't like the smell of detergent. I don't like touching detergent. My skin's pretty sensitive. So I like doing a 2 rinse, and I like doing it on warm. And I know a lot of people will say, oh, don't do it on warm or don't do it on hot. But that's how I feel the cleanest. So basically all of my clothes will either go through a warm or a hot, and it'll be 2 rinses. So this has gone through countless rinses, countless hot water rinses. I don't listen to anybody, and it's held up. What do I like? Why is this a great hoodie? I think the external aspect of this, the twill that they've used, this feels like a cotton nylon blend of some sort. I wouldn't be able to tell you the percentage, but the durability on this thing is ridiculous. Like I've fallen off my longboard on this. I need to sew. Dude, I got lazy, man. I didn't even finish sewing in the eagle, so I'm gonna have to sew in the eagle. That'll happen. You're asking why is it flopping around? Because I didn't finish it. Didn't put it on. Let's see. Another big deal of this hoodie, this is the Carhartt Rain Defender hoodie, is this internal mesh layer does a crazy good job of wicking away that first layer of sweat and just getting it to the mid layer. So this has one of the chief things that I'm going to keep coming back to, and that's the concept of being warm when you're wet. A lot of clothes... a lot of clothes have an issue. Dude, I gotta go. God damn it. You dumbass. Okay. Where was I? Okay. A lot of clothes have an issue where they work really well when they're dry and they keep you warm. You can really deal with a lot of stuff, but the moment you get the internal layer wet, and even if it has a wicking layer, a lot of clothes don't have a full suite of features. So you have to kind of mix and match and know what you're going into before you even put it on. And I guess really the main concept that I'm trying to get across here is like what a lot of these clothes are like for yuppies. They're like for people that aren't really that serious. Like the Patagonia Nano Puff. That works fine, but it rips. So I got rid of mine. Ugh. So a lot of problems start when you get wet. A lot of problems start when you get your clothes wet. and then you can't get them dry. So you'll be outside, and this is in the context of like camping or workwear or actually needing your clothes to be used as a tool, because that's really the reason that I bought most of these jackets, is they had to serve a particular function. They had to like meet the end goal. And I'm really not the type to like buy a new jacket just to like flex. Like I'm not gonna buy a jacket because I think it looks cool. I've never done that. I've never once bought a jacket just because I thought it looked cool. Now, the purple 3-layer Patagonia, I had to get that because it was cool, but I also had to get an external shell for the winter. And I had to solve that buttons and dials situation. But anyway, back to the issue at hand. Your mid layer, your base layer, the thing that you wear closest to your skin when you put on these external layers is just as important as the external layer. You have to be able to get the water off of your skin, and it has to be able to act like a greenhouse, where a permeable greenhouse, where the water can get warm enough to leak out, but not ever really be touching your skin and not really suck away too much energy. So I'm sure a lot of you guys already know cotton is death cloth. You do not want to get cotton wet and be in the woods. Don't wear, if you're wearing jeans in the woods, that's how I know you've never been in the woods, or you're not planning on being in the woods for very long, or you're crossing into Cambodia because it's 1965 and it's hot as fuck. You know, there's just a lot of different variables that go into it, but I've been kind of limited for my 20s. I've been really only buying plastic shit. I've been buying goy slop, plastic bullshit, and I've come to the point where I want only natural materials. I want combinations of natural materials, and I want as little plastic as possible. Not for any like particular environmental reason, but I just notice, I mean, there is that is an aspect of it, because unless it's a recycled jacket, it's going to take a lot of effort to get a plastic jacket out of the world. Whereas a wool, a bison blanket, canvas, waxed canvas, those are infinitely renewable and sustainable, and they wear well. The issue is that they're heavy. And I've kind of come to the conclusion that I really don't care about weight as far as a jacket's concerned. The only time I would care about weight in a jacket is if I had to do some sort of like long distance ultra marathon or run or something like that. And then that's such a specific thing that I think I could mix and match any one of these and come out on top. But this particular rain defender is like the ultimate camp hoodie, because it functions as both a coat, an outerwear protective layer, and a wicking layer, and a thermal layer, and it never really gets too hot. You can basically beat it up and it's not going to fall apart. Now, recently, and by recent, I mean like the last 10 years, Carhartt has moved all of their shit over to being made in India, and they've also downgraded their supply chain. So the materials going in are not as good, and then the jackets coming out are also not as good as they used to be. They don't really wear the same as they used to, and the material itself, you can kind of, if you've touched older vintage Carhartt, especially Carhartt that hasn't been washed overly, you can still touch it how it originally came from the factory. It's pretty obvious what happened and how they cheaped out on the materials. Like even the beanies. Those beanies are legendary, but now they're really not the same beanie. The way that the knit is woven, it's not as tight. And if you go look for it, you'll be able to find older Carhartt beanies that wear totally differently. They fit totally differently. And the material itself, you can pull it apart. And the newer ones kind of pull apart like a cheap sock. Like they don't really have the same inherent structure. Whereas the older nylon beanies were really tightly woven, almost just like this sleeve cuff. Almost exactly like this, really. You know, and that material was worth it. And now if I were to say, Oh yeah, get a Carhartt beanie. What I'm really talking about is a Carhartt beanie from 15 years ago, which is really sad to say. Uh, I think some of that too is the dyeing process. Every once in a while, you'll see, like I like going in and touching all the, materials. So every winter, I'll go in. I'll be like, did they change the hats back to what they used to be? So I'll go through all the hats and pull them apart. Like, no, this isn't the same. It sucks. It's shit. Back to square one. But luckily, I can recommend this. Now, I think after this, I would like to go shopping around and being like, okay, what's the cheapest dupe? What's the cheapest dupe of any one of these like yuppie brands that you could theoretically like get basically the same product? So I'll have to do that. But first jacket that we're talking about, done. Carhartt Rain Defender. It's mainly because of this internal mesh. They do sell rain defenders with a fleece that I would not recommend at all. Fleece itself degrades and it'll get all matted and then it'll start compressing and then you won't be able to really get the same fleece that you bought day one. But really, this is like the best internal wicking layer, as well as probably the best workwear hoodie that I've ever worn consistently and abused. That's another thing about everything that I really have is I like abusing my shit. My friends don't really, I mean, they understand it, but they kind of cringe whenever they see me using my stuff, especially if I like get something new, that's like a little pricey or something. I'll instantly start abusing it just to see what happens. Like, why is this really worth the money? Because it kind of feels like everything you buy these days, the number just keeps, oh, this was 40, now it's 80. Oh, now it's 120. Now it's 250. Oh, you thought you could get socks for less than 20 bucks? Get out of here, kid. Like, that type of thing. So it's like, it's always a process of fiddling with the buttons and the dials and trying to find both the minimum viable product that is going to last, and then also getting every single squeeze out of your dollar in a way where it's like, I don't look at overspending a little as a bad thing if I get what I want. If the hoodie that I want costs $160, fuck, man, but I'll still buy it. But it would be nice to know, be like, no, dude, you just go to the thrift store, spend like $5, you'll get the same thing. So there's the constant balance of that. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not afraid of spending a little extra on a jacket if I think it's going to be worth it, if the construction is going to be worth it, if I think it's going to last at least 10 years. Yeah, and the material. I'm like really big into the feel of the material, and it needs to be able to withstand my abuse. So jacket number one that has withstood my abuse forever. This will probably outlive me, honestly. Like, God, I love this jacket. It's got so much lore to it, dude. Like, I've done like so much shit in this jacket. The one thing that I hate about it, and we'll get into, more of the stuff that I don't like. What I really hate about it is this hood. They do not, it doesn't count. This is like, I feel like what am I doing here? Am I wearing a hood right now? I wouldn't know, dude. Wouldn't be able to tell you. I like a hood should get you here, right? I should be protected from the environment. Really, this is like an earmuff. This is a glorified earmuff. And then maybe I've got a big head or whatever, but like it falls off the back. And maybe if I got a new one, they would have already fixed this, but sin number one, it's the hood size. Makes you kind of look like a little cherub or something, Okay, Carhartt Rain Defender. You guys get the idea. Oh, yeah. Maybe we'll do I'll throw up like B-roll or whatever, but we're going to get into the zipper construction too. They double up the zipper on this bad boy when they roll it over, and it's clearly there's been a lot of attention to the detail of the zipper, and there's a double up on the material, both on the inside and the outside, that kind of protects it, and it makes like almost like an impact layer, or like a. It's just good, you know. The pockets they're just Carhartt pockets. I don't even really have anything to say about that. But yeah, good Carhartt zipper. Back when they made them. All right, what's next? Okay. Let's do the next hoodie on the list. So, next hoodie on the list is all-time favorite hoodie. It will never be defeated until it's defeated, and I know exactly how to defeat it. And we'll get to that. But this is this is the North Face Ventrix from a long time ago. And they stopped making the Ventrix, which is really upsetting. At least this particular thing that, you know, I would say classifies as a Ventrix, but it's basically a rock climbing hoodie. That's basically all this really is. One thing we got to talk about is sizing. So my normal, like, bone stock size, I think that is a medium. If I were to get a new one today, I'd for sure get a large or an extra large. Probably an extra large. But I sit between a large and an extra large right now. And the way that I size things for myself is you have poof and shell. So poof obviously does a poof. This is a poof layer. And then shell needs to be one size up from your poof. So if I have a XL poof, I'm going to need a double XL shell. This is an XL poof, and because it's a rock climbing hoodie, it's got like this grid material on the sleeve that kind of reinforces it. You know, a lot of things I'll point out what I have to repair on it too. I've had these going for, 10 years. This is a 10-year hoodie, dude. And I abuse the shit out of it. Like, I do not respect any of my coats. Like, I really try to break them. So if they don't break, that's really a mark. It's really an achievement. So where do we start with this? This was one of the first hoodies where they started doing this cuff, this little thin cuff, and Outdoor Research and a couple other ones, they tried copying or doing a similar type of cuff, but they didn't really get the material right. And so Outdoor Research specifically, this cuff always breaks down. It always gets snagged on something, and it rips, and it just doesn't fucking work. But this North Face Ventrix has withstood the test of time. The only thing left, right here, see, and this only happened on the non-reinforced part, and it's on the inside. So I'm gonna have to patch this up, but no problem. 10 years of use, like you expect that. But why is this hoodie good? The hoodie's good because it's like the perfect wind insulation where it lets out a ton of air. Like, this is incredibly breathable. They put barely any insulation in it, but because it's sized up one size up, it kind of like hangs off of me in a way that traps even more heat, and that heat blasts out the moment I start moving. So it's almost like the perfect combo: static hoodie, wind hoodie, exercise hoodie, movement hoodie, and base layer, all rolled into one. And that's why it's so upsetting that you can't even buy them anymore. I think there's one on Poshmark for $100. Totally worth it. If I have $100 extra laying around, I'll definitely buy it. If you guys want to send me that hundo, send me that Benji. I'm not going to use it for anything other than buying one more of these. The zipper broke. Yep, at least the handle broke. The zipper itself is still functional. But yeah, dude, it's just a poly hoodie. I mean, but I don't want to say it's just a poly hoodie. My ex-girlfriend bought this for me, and she spent a pretty penny on it. Thank you. Shout out, girl. I can't help but admit, every time I put it on, I think about her. Yeah. But yeah, oh yeah, it's got the, they started doing, this was when they started doing this with the hoods. They started doing the old Buzz Lightyear cut, which, you know, it's all right. It's good. I like it. I really do. I don't not like it. I've never like, oh, I wish this was a, see, and this is the issue with, when your zipper breaks, bro, and you gotta like, man, I'm really not giving this, this hoodie a fair shake, dude. No, please, don't fail me. Dude, if it breaks on camera. Dude, this zipper's fucked. I think I literally just broke the zipper. No, okay. Yeah, the internal layer got caught up because, you know, I like my thumb like pushed in. Dude, I'm really not giving this the best look. Okay. So yeah, here we go. It's started to come apart right here. You can see the stitching is coming out. Hopefully you can see that. Let's see. What do we got? No broken stitching here. No broken stitching here. You know, and again, I abused the fuck out of this hoodie. I really tried to break it, dude. And I didn't. So, if you guys manage to get your hands on an old school North Face Ventrix, definitely go ahead and do that. Hondo's definitely worth it. Yeah. And so I've been looking for a replacement for this hoodie forever, and I have not found it. Every time I go into like a Dick's or a Dunham's or anything really, any of the big stores, I try to replace it, man. Okay, I think we're getting, I mean, everybody's got hoodies. I don't really even know. I wanted to talk about jackets. That's what this was all about. But these two count as jackets in my mind because I do wear them as the external layer when the weather calls for it, you know, like 60 degrees, 50. The Ventrix is good too because it's perfect as like your all-time hoodie, and then if you need a little bit more heat, just throw a sweater on, and then that, and you're golden. It doesn't really shed rain. But that's the other thing about it. Because of whatever material they used on that, when it gets soaking wet, you're still warm, and then also it's so airy and light and loose on my body that even if it got soaking wet and I wasn't wearing a shell layer, I know that I'd be totally fine if I was active wearing it, and also that it's going to dry out really quickly. So, highly recommend the North Face Ventrix. A sleeper that I'm not gonna glaze this really at all because I'm not that in love with it, dude. But this is a Mountain Hardwear. This is a newer one, just a grid fleece. I don't know. But the one thing that this does is it's way warmer than you would ever expect. So this is probably an ideal base layer if you're planning on coming home and washing it. That's another thing. A lot of materials, especially wool, you can get away with wearing it for a really long time. But with plastics, you don't get that long before you really should be washing it. Just smell alone, but then also just material functionality. The Patagonia rain jackets seem to work better after you wash them for whatever reason. But yeah, this is a Mountain Hardwear grid fleece. I don't know, it works. I guess I just wanted to show it just because there's some things where like I bought this just because it's purple and I needed a fleece, you know. Again, another Buzz Lightyear hood. Basically everybody's doing this now where it's like, okay, like Buzz Lightyear hood, that works. Like, you know, you need a hood, so I guess the Buzz Lightyear hood would be the one to get. But I kind of want, I want a real hood sometimes. This is not the one to have that hood. But, you know, it works. Quarter zip hoodie, whatever. Grid fleece, you already know what it is. My only point was that I bought it not expecting it to work. And it overperformed. It really is a great mid layer to keep your heat in. But again, you gotta wash it. So what are we at? Is this mic still on, bro? Yeah, we got a mic. Okay. Shit. Okay, now we're done with the hoodies. I've got like, you know, I've got this hoodie. I've got to stitch up. Again, another favorite hoodie, but this is not anything special. This is just a cotton blend. So I stay away from cotton hoodies unless I want a, you know, a nice little cozy hoodie. But I was climbing something and I fell and ripped it. So now I got to sew it. So that's why it's in the pile. I got to fix these three. Do a little bit of mending. And then I was thinking, I've got all these patches, so I may as well glue on a patch to each of them, you know, and really like personalize it, really customize it. So let's see, I'm gonna do a little sippy. Got a little bit of coffee, a little bit of tea, a little bit of ginger lemon tea, black tea. And then we'll get into the jackets. I think I'll start with the rain jacket. I'm always looking for a good rain jacket. And also my friends, like we all have the same issue. We all have this gear acquisition syndrome where when we find like a new like hobby or like special interest or whatever, it's like, okay, well, what's the best? What's the one that's the most worth it? What's the one that all the Reddit nerds are just gonna nut over? Like, what are they? Oh, you don't even know about the XL45? Dude, that's nothing. You gotta go separate this and go send this off to a Vietnamese seamstress, and then we gotta go call this guy, and then if you send this off and get it cut like that, get it back, dude, now you got a shovel nose. Now you got you got this. Get that. You got a grasshopper? We got this. So basically, I'm gonna try and do that and show you guys some of this stuff. And also, this is really just a debrief of like 10 years of like trying to figure out the whole jacket game thing. And I think if I'm going to narrow it down to one of these jackets where it's like, which one should you get? If you could only have one, what do you get and why? And then how do you improve that? So at the end of this, I got a roll of some 1000D Cordura nylon. And that's like that's like an old school material. That's like a 90s material. But I want to make a bomber kimono jacket that is me. I want it to like have everything that I've ever wanted out of a jacket. And then I also want it to be my own personal, exact, materially specific thing that nobody else makes. And I know exactly what I want. Like, I'm obsessed with this vision of this jacket that I want. And it's because of all these fucking other ones that I have that didn't quite match up, or, you know, the material, they do that yuppie thing where they're like, look, man, 1,000 years of textile improvement has led us to this. Congratulations, we have this new thing. It's a plastic jacket. And it's like, well, it's a plastic jacket made out of this kind of nylon, or that kind of nylon, or this kind of nylon with this kind of aramid. Like, I'm not interested in any of that anymore. I don't want fancy materials. I don't want Gore-Tex. I'm done with Gore-Tex, dude. Like, fuck Gore-Tex. Fuck Gore-Tex, dude. Gore-Tex doesn't even... Don't get me... I'm going to get started on Gore-Tex, and I'm not going to stop. All I'll say right now is Gore-Tex is not... What do I say? What do I even say? Gore-Tex is not worth it. It's not even good. Gore-Tex isn't even good. Gore-Tex is a compromise at best. Gore-Tex is a way to meet a minimum viable threshold. If you were some engineer working for the DoD and you were taking hits of blow in the bathroom, and they're all like, and this is in the 90s, don't forget that, so everything's a little different. This is in the 90s, and they're like, dude, we gotta make the spaceship of jackets, bro. We gotta. What if it was a shell and a semi-permeable and it was what? Oh, dude, what if it was waterproof? And then they got this huge fucking list, and they all like jerked each other off and like, dude, this is great. This is called Gore-Tex. We're gonna make $1 bazillion off this. It's gonna be the greatest jacket material ever, and it's not. It's not. At best, it's like, I'd call it like an offset weave hack way of achieving semi-permeability and waterproofness. And the idea that it breaks down over time and you have to keep applying a durable water repellent usually on most of the shit on the outside, because Gore-Tex is really the internal layer and then whatever, the weave, and then whatever external layer they want to put over that to increase the durability, because Gore-Tex frays and the weave breaks apart, especially like when you put it in a boot. Like, dude, I'll be here forever talking about Gore-Tex. But yeah, it's got its uses. I wear it. When I go snowboarding, my shell's gonna be Gore-Tex, like, obviously. But if I had to redo everything, I would, in imagination land. It's a combination of other materials where your shell layer is a different durability layer consideration, and then you add vent gussets maybe in the wear movements, so it vents at the edges, maintains waterproofness, and then use a second material for stretchiness, kind of like the Cry G3s, how they like combine different materials. And they have like spandex here and whatnot. But yeah, it wouldn't be Gore-Tex. Gore-Tex is like trying to figure out how to take a trash bag that doesn't breathe and then make it breathe while maintaining waterproof. And to expel, supposedly, in theory. And that's the thing. It's like, the brochure says one thing, but then you fucking wear the thing, and it's a totally separate thing. So I might even, when I pull out a jacket, I'll be like, my friends will usually have either the same thing or another competitor's identical copy. So like the outdoor research 4A, I would have got that had my best friend not gotten one, and I didn't know, but he got one and he wore it while we were camping, and it was like, holy shit, this is not what I fucking need for a rain jacket. Like, it's like you type in to the old Google, what is the best rain jacket? And for a while, the end result was either the Helium, which I have, or the 4A. And both of them are good jackets, and they'll do exactly what you think they'll do for the most part in a lot of scenarios. But in those edge cases where you're trying to like make it work in either too cold, too rainy, too cold and rainy, static versus active, it's like you start messing with the dials, and then it starts falling apart. You're like, man, I'm dumping sweat. It's pouring rain. I should be thermally regulated right now, but I'm stuck in a greenhouse, and no amount of like combinations is going to get me out of this in a way where I can keep moving and not have a heat stroke or stay comfortable or, not have the water like negatively affect you. So like you gotta balance everything. You have to balance being warm when you're wet. So we live on a water planet, just expect to get wet. But also you can't overheat. You don't want to be a heat casualty. So there's a certain amount of breathability that costs waterproofness, which is fine if you manage the warm when wet aspect. You know, you don't want to overspec into waterproofness like with the helium, which is effectively the lightest, thinnest trash bag you could ever possibly imagine. It's like putting a Ziploc baggie on. It's like literally getting inside of a Ziploc bag and shutting it. What do you think happens? The moisture content goes through the roof. It doesn't vent whatsoever. It gets soaked anyway. And then the cuffs, because they do this weird little stitching on the cuffs, they like cinch in and stay wet forever. And because they're cinched in and it's like a hard plastic, you start chafing at your wrist. So it doesn't even function as like a, like, oh, I just need a rain jacket. Like, well, good luck, buddy. This shit's gonna be good for a couple hours. And then you're gonna hate it. And you're like, man, I should have either got something different, got something cheaper, not bought this. Man, I'll get to it. It's the green one. It's the shiny green one. We'll get to the helium. But I think for the first part, we should solve. No, I'll just go in order. And we'll get to the rain jackets. Because they're all kind of a shell. They're all kind of a rain jacket. And they all kind of interoperate. But when you start dropping the temperature, or you drop the temperature just enough where it's just above freezing, yet it's constantly raining, you have to be active because you're hiking. You got a big backpack on. That's another thing. When you start adding weight and then a hip belt, and then you start adding different gear, it's like, okay, the first question you have to ask yourself is, are you actually a yuppie? Like, and that's totally fine if you're just a yuppie. Like, if you want to be a yuppie, dude, this video's 25 seconds long. It's get the Patagonia torrent shell and the nano puff, and you fucking figure out the rest. Wear a wool sweater if it gets too cold. Wear a silk layer if you feel like it. But the torrent shell and the nano puff, you're golden. And maybe if you didn't like the nano puff, you wanted to spend something lighter or cheaper. The super strand, I've got 2 of those and I fucking hate them, but they do work. But again, the super strand, I sent them a hateful email, dude. I sent them a straight up hateful email when I got my first super strand, because it wasn't what it was advertised as, and maybe it was, and I was just misinterpreting it. And I got a little caught up on the insulation aspect of it, and I didn't really analyze what they were trying to say. But they were almost like trying to combine too many different worlds, and then also be like, hey, we have this new space age material. It's crazy. It's super light. And then they just went out ass backwards. And I'll get to it. I'll show you exactly why it sucks. And I hate it. But I spent like $500 on 2 super strands, sent them a hateful email of exactly why I hated it. And then they announced the LT, which had all the little improvements that I asked for and was structurally what I asked for, and then also had the different like arm reinforcement. I just so dumb, dude. It's like, fuck, do I have to buy 3 of these to get the one that I wanted in the first place? So stupid, dude. But I'm gonna keep buying outdoor research products regardless. That's another thing. There's like brand loyalty, there's no brand loyalty, and then there's like a combination of the two where I kind of would get something that I really, really liked. Like, say from Patagonia, I got their first generation torrent shell. It was a green one, and it was with they call things the same thing, but it'll change over the years. So they called it H2 No, even though the new H2 No is not the same thing. But they called it H2 No, and it was like, again, another trash bag material that didn't breathe at all. It did not breathe whatsoever, and it was almost like they took a Ziploc material and then they sprayed or coated some sort of external durability material on top, and then that started to flake off. So I sent it back to them, and they've got such a good return policy that it was like 5 years later, I was like, hey man, this is falling apart. I've done that 3 times, and each time they've replaced it with a brand new one. So the first time it happened, was it 3 times? No, it's 2 times. The first time it happened, it was with their first layer, their first torrent shell. And so the one I got back was their Houdini layer. And the Houdini layer, they were like, okay, well, that H2No combo thing didn't really work. People wanted something a little bit lighter, a little bit flexible, something that could breathe. So the Houdini is another rain jacket. You know what? I'll put that on. Fuck it. All right, so this is the Houdini. It's got glued and taped seams. It really is a good rain hoodie, I guess. However, it's not what you would want for, I don't know, what would you not want this for? What could I say you would not want this for? Obviously, I've gotten fat, bro. I've gotten so big. That's one thing. You gotta get the right size. All right. This is probably a really good rain hoodie to keep in your car. That's probably all I would really ask out of this. And then get a size up so you can put it over anything. But if you needed the ideal running rain jacket is this. Absolutely, it's the Houdini. It's got the stretch. It is fairly waterproof. It will wet out. It does wet out, but that's at the cost of the permeability. And then the glued seams are really nice. I really got everything I wanted out of this. However, it's been a long time. So as you can see, the internal layer is starting to kind of flake off a little bit. Now I'm sure there's somebody on Reddit would be able to tell me, oh yeah, you just spray it with the Ghibli goop and you're good. But yeah, because this is a replacement for one that had already broken, I love this hoodie. I don't hate it. I don't think it's a bad jacket. It's just a limited jacket. This is again, this is a yuppie jacket. This is for yuppies and ultra serious trail runners. Probably the only 2 people that would actually get something serious out of the Houdini. The durability is very good. I think you could run into a rose bush and really fuck it up, really do some damage. But it just normal everyday wear, it takes impact pretty well, and abrasion fairly well. I would say this is more abrasively resistant than it is puncture resistant. This seems like the type of thing that you could, with very, very limited effort, take a paper clip and get it to go through in a bad way. Okay. Houdini done. Okay, what's next? So again, in the theme of rain jackets. All right, so you know what? We'll go over this one after we go over this one. So, as I was saying with the Ventrix, that hoodie really solved almost every single issue you could have with a jacket, or need to solve with a jacket, without being overly committed to being a shell, without being overly committed to being breathable, and usually when a jacket's too breathable, you get cold really easily. But for whatever reason, the cut and the material and the insulation and how it was a little bit bigger than my own personal body, it trapped heat really well, but then also gave off excess heat. It dumped excess heat beautifully out the back. It was just such a, god damn, I can't talk about that Ventrix highly enough, man. So I've been looking for a Ventrix replacement forever. And I never really wanted to be like one of those like Arc'teryx chuds or whatever. I don't even know what you would call them. Like just the kind of like what happened to there was like an era where people only bought Arc'teryx jackets just because they were expensive, and just they're like, I've never been outside before, but guys, look what I found. And then they get in their shower and do the shower test. It's like, dude, we've been doing this for decades. Like Arc'teryx isn't. They're not the only ones that make a fucking jacket you can get into your shower with and be fine. Like, dude, that's like the bar for a serious outdoor jacket. Like, it's not like they didn't reinvent the wheel, dude. I can't believe it. But anyway, I bought something Arc'teryx, dude. So that's what this is. I forget the name. I'll have to. I guess I'll. Am I being lazy if I don't look it up right now? What's the name of this? I don't even know, dude. This is called. Oh, the Incendo Hybrid Hoodie. Wow. Okay. Yep, the Incendo. Now, this made me get it. This made me be like, oh shit, I need to. And I hate to say this, but especially because they're like it's like a Chinese company. But I don't even think that like matters anymore. Like I don't care, dude. I don't even know why I mentioned that. Like, why does that matter? Who cares? They're making what I want, and they made it in purple, which is fucking sick. But yeah, this hoodie. Where do I start with this hoodie? Okay, this material has been done first in really specific military pants. It's like this like stretchy. It's like a almost like a book cover, the old school book covers almost, but way better. It's just got crazy abrasion resistance. Like it's immediately obvious that this thing has really good abrasion resistance. And anyway, they started with, at least the first time I noticed this type of material was the Outdoor Research Obelisk? No. The Outdoor Research. They're up there. Outdoor Research. Obsidian. The Obsidians. And they would also use the material like the armor plate that goes over your helmet. That would come in like that material would make a bag. It makes like the perfect bag. So you're gonna start seeing this material and a lot of other things, or materials like this, where it's stretchy and it's got a lot of puncture and abrasion resistance. But if I could take this material and then the fill layer from the Ventrix and marry them, I would have a Ventrix 2.0 that is finally worth the fuck. That's finally, like, could surpass the old Ventrix. Because this is, like, halfway there. And I didn't even know what I was buying when I got this. Like, I had no idea. And then when it came in the mail and I pulled it out, I was like, they just hoed me. Like, I just got hoed. Like, they took my money, dude. Like, how are you going to take my money like that? Because I didn't really understand what the purpose was. It just felt like they sold me, 250 bean book cover? They're just, like, spitting in my mouth, bro. Like, man, I really was not, I'm telling you, man, I was not happy when I first got this. I was actually contemplating, like, Reddit screeds, like getting out and just making fun of anybody that ever bought anything Arc'teryx, ever. Like, you Arc'teryx beanies. But no, I saw the light. I understand now exactly what this hoodie is. This is like a workout hoodie. This is like you're going to the gym to work out. It's also a perfect running hoodie. This is the ultimate running hoodie. There is no better hoodie. And I could see how the qualities of it would go out the window if it was too tight. Then you wouldn't get the same mobility. You wouldn't get the same air transfer. It's got holes in the back, so it lets off moisture really well. So that's what I'm saying about the Ventrix. If they took this and gave it just a little bit of poof, it'd be the greatest hoodie ever. Like, hands down, bar none, greatest hoodie ever. They did make it a little too much for the running crowd, where the logo and then the hood is extremely reflective. So I guess if you're like running, if you're running on the road, you know, maybe you would want that. But I don't want to be found, man. I don't want anybody to know where I'm at. Let's see. What else? There really isn't much to say about it, other than the concept of, I think I know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, yeah, there's nothing new under the hoodie sun. There's nothing new under the jacket sun. What is it? It's going to be another plastic hoodie. It's going to be another plastic coat. You know, I'm just going to get it because it's potentially a Ventrix replacement. And then I got it and I was like, this is nothing like what I thought it was going to be. And yet it is kind of halfway there to being a Ventrix replacement. So Arc'teryx Incendio. It's a big plus for me. Oh, the other thing about this. I was in Dunham's the other day, and Under Armour makes an exact clone of this now. I don't know what it's called, but their clone of this is actually potentially even better than this one, and it's a third the price. The cuffs that they do on the Under Armour one, I think I would like them more than I like these. It's a different bungee type of squeegee thing, but you don't need the most expensive shit. There's a million clones of this, and there's going to be even more in the future. But Arc'teryx Incendio, it's all right, man. It's all right. Okay, so let's see. This is the Patagonia Torrent Shell. This is the XL. Now, I think if anybody's gonna have a fight, if anybody's gonna like get into an argument about rain jackets, it starts and ends with the Torrent Shell. And I hate to really be like a slut about that, but it's the best rain jacket because it does everything almost perfectly, and that's better than doing any one thing perfectly. Like the helium itself solves the shower test perfectly, like flawlessly. Like you could stand in the shower all day and nothing is gonna get through it because it's just a Ziploc bag. It's effectively a Ziploc bag. That has huge downsides, dude. Major downsides. And then there's also a bunch of little things that they didn't do on the helium that come into this. Firstly, these cuffs. I think a rain jacket should both have big, wide cuffs that have a skin-friendly internal material. And then you should also be able to cinch that, like actually cinch that off. Like this should be able to get tight. You should be able to be fully, so that even if I stick my hand into the river real quick, like yeah, it's gonna get wet, but it's not gonna like I'm gonna have a little bit of wiggle room. So that's one thing. The material itself, they kind of solved the first generation's issue of like delamination or whatever they put on the outside of this Gore-Tex in particular. And you know it's Gore-Tex because of this. See this? This is the Gore-Tex. It's not the purple. So they've been working on the external shell for a minute, and I think the torrent shell really got it done. It zips up pretty high, and this would probably be the one that I would put my name on. Somebody coming and be like, hey man, I need to get a rain jacket. You know, which one do you like? Which one would you want your friends wearing? Which one, if you cared about somebody, and you're like, hey man, I know there's like, the internet's going to tell you get the 4A, get the helium. The internet's going to tell you, you know, get the Helly Hansen, get the Fjallraven, get the X, Y, and Z, the Nike Pro. You know, I think if I had to die on a rain jacket hill, because there's so many of them, I know, and I've used a lot of them, and I've broken most of them. That's the other thing, is like, they're all great rain jackets until you actually start trying to abuse them. And then they start falling apart. And even the first gen torrent shell fell apart. And it also fell apart right here. It delaminated right here. So I noticed, and I have a second one of these, they doubled up the stitching on the inside, and then they added like a little bit of I don't know, like a tape seam or something, you know, just for that extra little bit. And this is the newest one that I have, and I got this because the previous one that I have is a large. This is an extra large, and so I needed a rain jacket that could function as also a shell with more poof layers than I could get away with on the large. On the large, I can really only get away with like a sweater and then the rain jacket, and that's like the perfect combo. Large sweater, large rain jacket, you know, that fits perfectly. But I wanted the ability to have full range of movement. And then I saw that, and online this looked way more purple online. It kind of looks like just flat blue in real life. But online they had it was like called like cosmic purple or some shit. You know, so I got it. And I'm not mad. I'm really not mad. It's kind of like a nice like new colorway that I probably wouldn't have gotten had I known what color it actually was. But then it brings back to the other point of like knowing what I know now. Maybe the Arc'teryx would have been better. Maybe, but I wouldn't know, and I'm gonna have to find out. Yeah, I guess I really don't have much else to say about the torrent shell except get it. Like, this would be the one to get. If you're going, like, again, it kind of functions as like a nice backpacking combo layer where you can wear it as just your shell. You can wear it as a shell over a poof. And it also works really well if you're like active and static. It breathes really well if you get soaked and it's dumping and it's cold. This is a really good one. And against wind, it holds up. Like, this is a good jacket. Yeah. I mean, what else am I going to talk about? It's got all the shit you would expect. You know, the double taped, bonded, whatever the fuck seams. The Patagonia zippers have always worked really well. I've never had an issue with that. One thing that some jackets do have an issue with is, like, when you get soaked, naturally all the water kind of like goes off the shoulders, it rolls down the back, and then it starts pooling up near your waist, right around the ass area. And then you'll just have a permanent wet ass for the entire duration of the fucking thing. And this is one of the few jackets where it does that, where the water goes down to your butt area, but it just dries very quickly. So it doesn't do the thing that the helium will do, where it kind of goes down to the hem, and then it just stays in the hem forever. Dude, man, I can't shit on the helium enough. And it's also, the helium is a great jacket if you're like really nitpicky and you're like, well, I want what it does specifically, and I'm not planning on being hyper active with it. I'm not planning on pushing it into a role it wasn't meant for. Yeah. All right. All right. This is probably my most prized jacket. Another Patagonia. This is their 3-layer. This is Gore-Tex jacket. I don't even know what it's. It's like the. Let's find out what it's called. Couldn't tell you. It's the Style 83402 Fall 20 purple. But yeah, this is their, it's another Gore-Tex jacket. Again, ask me how I know about why Gore-Tex isn't the greatest material ever. Definitely the jacket to be wearing if you're on top of like some bullshit top of the mountain and it's just windy as fuck. This is my jacket. This is the jacket that I will for sure be wearing in the apocalypse, just because it'd be funny. But it's the jacket I'm going to be wearing whenever I go snowboarding or winter camping. This is the best shell that I have. And I don't think it would be the best shell that I have if I got the XL. I had to get the double XL because it wouldn't function properly. There wouldn't be enough room. The way that Patagonia does their sizing, it's almost like they're sizing for really lanky dudes, and they're also sizing for lanky dudes that don't wear a lot of puff layers. I don't know. It's just funny sizing that doesn't really happen in outdoor research. I wish there was a little more room in here right at the elbow. But I'll put at the end of this, I'm going to start mixing and matching all these jackets and showing you like what I wear with what, because another aspect of the jacket isn't just what it does on its own. It's what does it do with the other ones, and how can you combine them to kind of make the ultimate jacket, even though it's like technically like 3 or 4 different pieces. Pieces. It's a piece. Fucking New York. Sorry. So yeah, this is one of those ultimate pieces where when I combine this with my outdoor research poof, I've got just 2 and I'm good for anything. I'm good for active, static, soaking wet, freezing cold, rain, sleet, all of it. It's just all good. But what this is not good for is long-term camping. This is not something that I would want to have anywhere near a fire. I would not, it's an ember, one single ember would ruin this whole thing. It's also not, like, it's durable enough, but I don't get the vibe that this is ultimately abrasion resistant in a way where I could trust it. Like the 3 Carhartts, those are all abrasion resistant in a way where like you could be doing demo work all day. And I guess if we're gonna just shortcut to it, hardcore demo work is something that only a few of these can do. An outdoor, hard, wet, gross, muddy, shitty, disgusting demo work is not something that you can do while wearing this. But you can have fun in the snow while you're wearing this. And so if you know what you need, in the sense that this isn't gonna be forced into like a dual use duty where it's like, oh, my ultimate shell, oh no, I got it dirty, oh, I'm mad. If you know you're gonna get dirty, you have to plan for that. So don't buy a nice jacket in a nice color that you're gonna be pissed when you get it dirty. This is that jacket. I'm so mad when I get this thing dirty. I instantly have to wash it. And I know I have to put a new DWR layer on, and I haven't done that. But that's partly because I want to see... Ooh, my potato. I should get my potato. I wanted to see what would happen if you didn't put the DWR material on and you just went snowboarding. You were in some bullshit, and it's fine. It works fine. You don't actually have to. You don't have to put it on if you know that you're just gonna get wet after a couple hours. And so if you plotted for being warm while you're wet, it doesn't matter anyway, and it still functions in that most of the water rolls off, even if some of it gets kind of sucked in. It'll vent itself pretty well. But yeah, I can't wait to show you this with the Outdoor Research poof. It is like the end all be all as far as like outerwear jackets go. Yeah, double XL. I know I wear a large regular for like hoodies, and then I wear an XL if it's like a shell, like a rain shell, or like a poof hoodie I want to be poofy. I'll get the XL. And this is a double XL because it needed to fit an XL poof. You see the logic. You got to be able to matryoshka doll all of these things. The durability is crazy in the sense that like I have fallen on ice a lot in this, and yeah, no holes. It's fucking held up, dude. Like it really has. And it does what you would want it to enough. It's not super breathable. It's not super permeable. It's kind of like a... And this is also a foray. This is literally like bar for bar. This is a foray. If I got my buddy's foray, made like a... It's gonna make the same noise, same Gore-Tex on the inside. They're identical almost. This is just the Patagonia foray in double XL, and I wear it as my snow shell, basically. I'm gonna go get my potato. All right, so what were we talking about? We were talking about the ideal jacket and why I know exactly what to do next. So, I mean, maybe I like this jacket so much just because it's purple. I'm really gonna have to like really contend with that. There's a lot of really good rain jackets out there. But you gotta pick a hill to die on. You gotta really... You can only wear one. You can only bring one gun. I mean, you can bring multiple guns, but realistically, you can only shoot one. You can realistically only pick one thing to be better than the others. And I would have to say it really is this jacket. The other one, the darker one, this is a Patagonia Torrent shell. But the darker one I have is an XL, and that's fine. But it doesn't really, it doesn't fit like you would want a jacket that really kind of knows how you want to be held, if that makes sense. And this one knows how I want to be held. Especially if I'm just wearing a t-shirt underneath this thing, it's beautiful. It's like, it reverts Gore-Tex back into being like a really nice product. Like a nice material, a relevant textile. And I think it has more to do with the cut and the purpose and this external, that material. I think all that together makes this jacket better than all the other ones. Like I was saying with the previous one, it cinches right at the wrist. The material, even when it's cinched, it can't really be overstated how important this is, especially when it's raining and you're moving your hand around. You need it to be able to be tight and not intrusive when it's wet. It cannot turn into like something that's going to cause blisters or... Hey, buddy, how you doing, Mr. Recky? You gotta go potty again, buddy? Mr. Recky? Who is it, Mr. Recky? It can't be overstated how important that is, because that's primarily how you judge a jacket is its opportunity to let in water through the wrists and then through the neck column, the gaiter up here. And I feel like they've done a fantastic job. And we'll get to the hood in a second, but I think also there's an aspect of like when you're wearing a jacket, um, and maybe this is really only a rain jacket type of thing, but rain jackets are typically at least I associate almost all rain jackets with getting overly hot, overly sweaty and moist, and then they kind of have like a weird texture to them. They don't fit right. They're either baggy and loose and trying to fit too many people, or they're like too tight and trash bag like you already know. Everybody knows what a poncho works. They're cheap. You could get a million ponchos. Like who gives a fuck? Like okay, you wanna die on that hill? Please go ahead. I I I'm begging you to. Like if you want to sit around and get the most for your money, don't buy this jacket. But if you don't give a shit about, throwing 300 away, 200, 150 on the best rain jacket that you're going to wear every day, then get this jacket. It's like that simple. Like any of my friends when they ask like what rain jacket to get, it's always going to be this jacket. There is a certain amount of compromise in that I can't layer underneath this too much. Um, but if I need to layer, I need to wear a totally different jacket. I need to rethink. If I'm thinking it's gonna get below 45, I'd probably put the limit right at like 45, 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Anything below that, you're gonna run into issues where this turns into a conductive layer, especially when you start producing any amount of moisture. It's a little too close, and so with freezing wind, it will turn this into like almost like a ice cube or like a wet spoon that's like touching you. So, it's not the greatest jacket for everything. But if it's 50 and up and it's raining, all the way up to like 120. I mean, not 120, but 95 degrees, it's raining, pissing rain. This is the jacket I'm grabbing. Your mileage may vary. Any of the other rain jackets that I have, the Houdini, the this one, which if I put the DWR on it, you include a lot of these, they'll function well enough that nobody's really even gonna notice. Like you're not even gonna. The percentages that we're fudging over are like the quality of life last 5 to 2%. Most people get to 80% just fine. Getting to 90% isn't even really that big of a deal, and it's very cheap. You can get to 90% very cheaply. But Patagonia does it for me in this particular sense. So I would like to add some sort of like embroidery to the back. I think that would be pretty cool. Like having some sort of, but then that might ruin the feel of the jacket, and I wouldn't dare do that. So we'll get an embroidery on some of these other jackets, but not this one. And this year, the 2020 year, when they did purple that year, I mean, I want every single item from that lineup. So I don't think I'm a good resource if we're gonna talk about that particular year. But I've bought this jacket in 3 colors, and I got 2 other jackets that would function as a rain jacket from them. And I would say of all of them, all the sizes, all of them, this one is the best. And I've also like tried to really, I have kind of abused this jacket as much as I love it. I've taken this jacket everywhere because I love wearing it. So I will end up in the woods or hiking, or if I'm planning a hike and I need a rain jacket, I'm grabbing this over any of the other ones. And that's off vibes alone. Like that's just off vibes alone. So I'm like putting this jacket into scenarios that it normally you probably wouldn't even expect it to like deal with, like, you know, 5 degrees, 0 degrees Fahrenheit, like very cold stuff. And it still, it works very well. I mean, it's limited, you know, it's because it's tighter. The other one, the XL, like I was saying, it fills in that role. But yeah, I just can't glaze this jacket hard enough. I'll put the hood on. We'll check that out. But this is the one that I'd get in the shower and just chill. You know, this is my Arc'teryx one. This is the brand loyal, whatever the fuck. I cut the tag off, you know, just because it looks way better without it. And I think they should. I think they should have some sort of. I don't know. I'll cover it up with something else. But yeah, this is the torn shell, my favorite all-time rain jacket. Of anything that it's closest to, um, it's kind of like the Equix that I have, in a sense, like just the external, a little thinner, and the Gore-Tex inner layer. So it's similar, you know, but it's like a new iteration. And we'll get to that. We'll get to all that. All right, let's put the hood on and move on to the next jacket. All right, the hood, you know, it works, especially when it's dumping. It really works. This thing really covers you up. It's like a perfect porch. Another aspect to the jacket that is underrated is the porch coverage to visor potential. I know a lot of boating jackets really like stress that, and I think my jacket that I'm gonna make is gonna be a combination of all of those things, where it's gonna really emphasize a porch brim that will also be designed around the concept of if you don't really want it, you should be able to flip it. You should be able to flip it like this. And like I'm pretty well protected, but I also don't nothing's in my direct vision in my I don't know, just blocking anything. This feels much cleaner and tighter, and it works very well. And who cares if your face is wet? It's just very sealing. So my jacket is gonna have a visor, not too heavy. I don't want it to be heavy. It needs to be supported though, and then it needs to be able to fold back on itself and kind of provide like this like whole like I don't know. Again, like the sealed Buzz Lightyear ass thing, like it is relevant, especially when you're hiking, um, and you have to have a backpack on. There's like a tendency for this part to get wet, and this jacket does a pretty good job of like managing to just offload all the excess moisture. It really jiggles my nibblies, dude. Like none of these jackets really jiggle my nibblies like this one. Even the one that's the XL that's this does not jiggle my nibblies the way that I would want it to. I was like, ooh, another purple torrent shell? What could be wrong? Of course I'll get one size up. I always do that. But in this particular case, the going the one size up thing, it kind of had a diminishing return. Again, the compromise. I gained something and I lost something. I lost the vibe of it. I don't know. I lost just the movement, dude. Like you could really do anything with this. You get anywhere. It's nice and slick. It doesn't make it doesn't make noise. But this is like your daily driver. Of all the drivers to keep driving, this is the daily driver. Okay, and in combination with this, I thought Okay, well, I need the ultimate poof layer. If I have the ultimate shell layer, it would then stand to reason that I need the ultimate poof layer. So in the search of, looking for the ultimate poof layer, um, we do have these capillene base layers, which the cheaper option is you get the Raver fishnet thing. They kind of like did their yuppie engineering. And this one really works. So this, in combination with this, fabulous. It's like if it gets cold and you want to run, and it's dumping freezing, windy, terrible rain. These two, like you're basically set. And then this is just this, but it's got that little goofy fucking the Buzz Lightyear. I had to get it, dude. It's got the little Buzz Lightyear helmet, perfect cut, and then everybody like there's a million of those that look like that now. Um, but yeah, that was a good combo, and I was really happy with that. I was like, okay, like we're cooking. But then I wanted a hoodie. I wanted a true hoodie that could go under this and combo this. So really, what it is it is the Ventrix. That is the answer. That's the hill to die on. But my Ventrix is falling apart, and I was looking for a replacement as always. And so the Arc'teryx, that's the latest. My latest iteration of trying to replace the Ventrix is getting that Incendo. And it wasn't what I wanted, but it's a great thing. And if I sew in some insulation into it, if I find some like Primaloft and get somehow the perfect amount of insulation inside that, it probably would be the best hoodie ever. But I was looking at Outdoor Research, and they had just launched their Super Strand. So I was like, okay, marketing brochure, whatever, like super cool synthetic down, basically. The worst part of down is that it does eventually get wet and it becomes useless. And it's not something you can rely on for the upper echelon of infinitely sustainable gear. It is not an infinitely sustainable piece of gear. It's very fragile. It's perishable. It's got a lot of downsides, and it's got a lot of fail points. And though that whole bubble of bullshit is totally acceptable if you know that you have access to a washer very close by, an extended amount of time to let it dry, or you have a dryer, or you take into account that you're going to have to figure out how to get this thing dry if it gets wet. Like you can't depend on down for like that jumping through a hula hoop of death and expecting it to be worth a fuck 2 weeks in after it gets soaked. Like you just, and if you need like 2 more weeks and you don't have any time to like dry it out, like fuck it. Like no, absolutely not. Down is just, it's one of those things where it's great for what it is, but it's totally a limiting material. So they've always been trying to replace down. They want a synthetic down, and I have an idea for a synthetic down. I think I know exactly. I I really do. I think I know exactly what they're fucking up, and I think I could put together a mass producible synthetic down. But I don't want to. I'm not going to give it away. I'm not going to give that sauce away just yet. And that's the end. That's also the point of this. This video, I hope, is the beginning of a jacket era for me. This is just a start. Like I bought all these jackets, so all of these things mean something to me in the sense that it was like nobody's sending me free shit. All of this costs blood in my eyes. And then after a certain point, you get one or two good pieces of gear, and you can kind of just lean on them, and you don't need to replace anything. You don't need new jackets. Like, you need 2 jackets, and then the rest is like fill. You figure out your wool sweater blend, whatever you like, cashmere, silk, whatever. But that's your fill. That's your poof. That's not your jacket. So I will get to at the end of this, I'll tell you what I think you should probably get. But the point of the rant is that I want to make my own jacket, the jacket of my dreams, the jacket that they don't sell, the jacket that is extremely specific and particular and won't sell to everybody and has downsides, has inherent compromises, all in the purpose of serving the final goal of being the jacket I just put on every day. Like the perfect, infinitely sustainable, everyday shell. And I think I know exactly what I need for that, because all of these jackets have, like, if everything's great in 90% of the areas, there'll be one area that it'll fall apart because I pushed it just that extra hair into a territory where it wasn't supposed to be. Like, for example, when it gets freezing cold, like bone chilling, bitter ass, like -20, -40, like horrendous, absolutely horrendous shit, there's a really specific type of layering and shell and accommodation for just trapping air that you don't have to deal with in any other scenario. So it's almost like you can't even possibly have a jacket that'll be like perfect for 60 degrees and then also, oh, it's -20. Like, let me just, you know. So even the ones that I thought would make it there don't really make it there if you layer them wrong. The double XL purple Patagonia, that is a great shell until I overstuff it. And if I put too many of the wrong layers, it starts getting real hot, like abrasive and like uncomfortable in the elbow specifically, like right on the inside of the elbow. On the back of the shoulder, it doesn't have enough. It just doesn't have enough room. The hems on the wrist aren't really good for anything. They're not good for sealing. I mean, they are in mid conditions, but like on the extreme end, they don't do a good job of crimping in and interfacing with. I have big gauntlet gloves, so those will accommodate for all the jacket's shortcomings. But there's so many things to it. So the end of this whole goal of just yip-yapping about this is I want to motivate myself to make my jacket. And then I have a really specific, I want to embroider a very specific thing on the back of it. There's like that whole thing of like the Drive jacket, and then there's the Akira jacket, there's the Blade Runner jacket. There's like just jacket, like lonely autistic male jacket, lonely autistic male jacket, lonely autistic male jacket. And like each one has its place in history. And I've got mine that's just for me. Because like they're all kind of like, how'd that guy fucking end up with that? Like, except that the Blade Runner one makes sense, but even that is like really unique. Like, why it's raining all the time? Why is he wearing something with the faux fur on it? Like, dude, not good. This is not what I would wear for it's raining. It's raining acid rain all the time. Like, it's stinky, bro. Like, that dude's a replicant. That's how you know he's a replicant. He's got like this stinky coat on, and he's always being watched by Gaff. Like, if you look at Gaff's eyes, it says everything. Because Gaff's always like, is this guy gonna short out and start freaking out? Like, this is the new model, They're just testing the new model. That's my headcanon. But yeah, no, he's got a jacket. And then the Scorpion jacket for Drive, that's kind of its own um mysterious, like, who it's a callback to like the 50s almost. You know, the hem is really high up, and then it's embroidered with a gold scorpion. And then it's quilted, but it's the quilted shiny. There's a term for it. I forget the term, but you can add shiny to fabrics, like dust to it, basically. I'll have to look up the term for that. It's a whole process. But yeah, each one of those has. It's almost like its purpose is to be iconic, and I want my jacket to start from its purpose is its purpose, and then because of that, it ends up as iconic as anything else, with the little dabble of, okay, it's got to have something on the back. It's got to have like some sort of embroidery on the back, so I know exactly what I'm going to embroider onto the back. Um, I think it'll look sick as fuck. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm really just trying to keep myself like accountable to all this slop that I've accrued, all these little plastic pieces of, you know, trash bag material. Um, I want to kind of cap that off with, okay, what's the ultimate plastic jacket? And then, that clear one. Man, I have such a clear vision for my take on the shower curtain jacket, because that should be a thing. Why is that not a thing? The translucent shower curtain PVA material. It must break down somehow, like terribly. Like, I don't know, the heat seams, because you gotta like heat it up to and squeeze it together. I mean, it seems like you could theoretically make like a really durable, ultra cheap shower curtain jacket. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is the two inspirations are my particular jacket, and then the Blade Runner. There's that clear one, and then in the new one, she's wearing a yellow one with the black turtleneck, and I think that's even more. That looks even better than any of the other ones. So it's like, how could you make that? How could you take that even further? Like, it just looks so good. The clear yellow on the black. It's I love it, man. So I'm gonna make that. I gotta find the sewing machine. That's next. But we'll get on to it. We're reviewing jackets today. So what is this? This is a jacket review. And this is really a jacket yap fest. I don't expect anybody to really make it through this. Hopefully, if anybody does make it through this, I hope it's because they like left their phone on in the background and they're like doing something else and they just want to hear like white noise. Just pure white noise. Just somebody yip yapping. Like, dude, I hate Gore-Tex. I love Gore-Tex. I hate Gore-Tex. Fuck. It gets moldy. That's the other thing. Like, there's all these little things that you realize you can't, nothing's getting reinvented. You're like circling the eternal drain on this shit. And then you get all the way to the other end and you're like, man, all of my layers are plastic. They're all, imagine the sludge that had to just get done. Which river got all the sludge from all these things? That's what really gets me. I mean, the people aspect of it, that's one thing. But then did I really leave a metric fuckload of poisonous slag, like plastic shit in the environment just because I had to have another jacket? And then, okay, now we're at the other end of the drain, and sweet, everything's plastic, and it's got all these drawbacks. It doesn't actually do what the nerds on the spreadsheets want it to do, ever. It's always just this needless pursuit of reinventing the fucking wheel. So going back to it, it's like, okay, I'll finish the ultimate plastic jacket just for my own self, just for, end of the apocalypse. This fits me. This is the look that I wanted. The pattern, the color, the thread. I've already got the thread. I've already got the material. I need two other materials, and then I also I need to basically learn how to knit the internal wool liner that I want for it. So this isn't like a jacket that can be like mass produced, I don't think. But it'll be my jacket. And then after that, I would like to ultimately end up with the kind of like the caveman understanding of this, where it's like it's simple, it's repairable, it impacts nothing. It's a 0% impact on anything, and it also is reflective of myself and the biology that we have, which is like just the microbe aspect of it. Cashmere and silk, especially if you have silk and you put copper threads and silver threads through it. There's like this whole rabbit hole of, if you understand the chemistry of what's going on, you can annihilate microbes, and it'll feel great. It'll last forever. Um, and so yeah, that's where I want to go with this. Like I want it to be all completely natural, recyclable, repairable, and if 10 million of them were made, no one would notice. I want it to be like, oh yeah, you got one of the peaches. Yeah, that's the sheepskin, whatever the fuck. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's the sheep ball skin or monkey ball skin. It's dog faces. Is that what it is, Rocky? It's dog faces. That makes the best jacket. He's such a good boy. Um, where was I going, dude? Fuck. Okay, we'll move on. I think I kind of squeezed that lemon on that. Shit. Oh no, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay, what's next? What's next is the super strand, the first one, and then we'll do the helium, because as we as we circle the drain, you start asking yourself these questions of, okay, I'm a citizen. I have a washer and dryer. I'm not in the woods, dude. Like, and that's also the other answer to the question. I will give you my actual woods jacket. Uh, cuz I was homeless for, a hot minute. So I'd have like a jacket, you know. I was like, "What jacket do you wear?" And it actually it turned into being one of the jackets that I hated the most. And it was purely like a calculation on, mm, I'm not gonna get robbed for wearing this. It's not gonna get stolen. It needs to be durable. It also needs to be like, if something bad happens to it, I'll just repair it, and emotionally I won't care. Like, I already hated the jacket, so that'll be like, that's coming up. That's coming up. We'll get there. But in the constant search of shell poof, shell poof, shell poof. What's the poof? What's the shell? What's the poof? What's the shell? And you can layer that like a Matryoshka doll. The colder it gets, that's the secret to it. It's shell poof, shell poof, shell poof. So you do your wicking. Obviously, that's fucking obvious. So do that fishnet thing. That works. Just get a wool fishnet base layer, cheap as hell. Um, and then you have some sort of, if it's really cold, you'll have an actual wool sweater and wool long johns over top of that, or whatever makes you feel good. If you've got bread, I would recommend looking into getting a cashmere blend. I like cashmere a lot more, and then cashmere silk blends. If you can kind of do a silk base layer, that helps with your microbes a lot. It does the same wicking job very well. It's what the old pilots would use when they went like high altitude. They would have a silk base layer, which is genius. And if you have silk gloves as a base layer, like They go inside your gloves, like they're a liner. Game changer. You definitely need that. Wool socks, darn tough, obviously. But the poof shell concept is the key to the whole thing. So I've actually gone full circle again around the drain a couple times back to, if I'm going to be layering up, it's going to be something really light under the, if anything, just a sweater underneath this exact jacket, and then I'll have, like, plate carrier or chest rig or whatever the fuck equipment over this, and then the poof shell comes in after that. So it's almost like I've accounted for having a shell, which is just a rain jacket, as one of the base layers. And it sounds crazy, like wearing an internal rain jacket. But you think about it, like, what's the worst part about wearing a rain jacket on a hot summer day? It gets hot as fuck. Like, it's just intolerably hot if you got the wrong one. So that's exactly what happens. It turns into like a little mini greenhouse. But that's, again, you start making considerations. That's really if you're more on the static side of things. If it's all active, I'd have to change up again. It'd probably be like that Ventrix, which is more on the poof side of things, kind of doubles up as a shell, but isn't waterproof at all. If I needed exertion, because then I'd be sweating, it would get wet and it would yank that off immediately. Instead of, if I sweat in this and this is inside other jackets, the water's not going anywhere. And then you start getting cold. So it's around and around the drain would go. But I wanted to solve the internal poof layer. And outdoor research was like, hey, we got this super strand. It's synthetic down. It's warm when wet, basically. It's a synthetic down, warm when wet poof layer. It's like, okay, great. I trust outdoor research. So, you know what? Like, let's take a jump on it. And let's put that on right now. I think there's something to it. I think there's something to sublimating. That was a word. I'm going to be honest, that's a word that I have only just recently started to think about and use. It's like sublimating these urges and these concepts and, like, these ideas. Like, me just yelling into this mic is sublimating the jacket thing that I needed to do. And I've needed to do this jacket thing forever. And I've been, like, putting it off from, like, doing other stuff and, like, focusing on, like, just reality, like, just a base level reality. But I'm going to be dead before I finish a fucking jacket. So I'm going to just do it. Like, I want it. I'm doing it. But I want it. The reason I think I am going to benefit from starting from this aspect of just yip yapping about all these things is, like, finalize those extra little bit of details. And I've noticed that anytime I have an issue when I'm, like, thinking about the stitches or coming up with the pattern, or, just even imagining what do I want the thing to do and where the cut should be on the hood, and should there be magnets here? Should it be doubled up here? When you're wearing a backpack, they cut these shoulders a little differently on all of them, and then Carhartt will stagger their stitches going back, and they'll do 3, and that takes more time, and then they interweave it with the inner layer, so they're accommodating for their own liner, which some of them don't have a liner. It's like, well, do I want a liner? I think I do want a liner, but I don't want an overly committed liner. I think the liner I want is just enough poof to get the external shell off my body. That's it. It doesn't have to do anything other than that. And then it needs to obviously wick sweat away, be warm when wet. And I think I also kind of want it to be, like, skin touch friendly. Like, I want it to feel soft enough that it's like, even if you were naked, you just put this jacket on and you're like, yeah, I'm golden, dude. Like, I think that would go really hard. Especially if you have like chest hair, like that'd be sick. You're like, yeah, it's my jacket, dude. And then the interface of the hood. There's always a question. Some of them rivet, like one of the Carhartts, the hood is riveted, so you can snap it into the collar, and then when you take it off, the collar is really tall. So there's like a double sleeve action going on, and it's just for the hood. So I've been thinking, how can I marry all these concepts? Marry the shell concept, marry the vents, the zippers. What should be a rubberized zipper? What should just be super heavy duty? Should the zipper anchor and stop a little early? Some of the Carhartts, the zipper stops down here, which is actually preferable. Sometimes it goes all the way up, and that's preferable for a separate application. But the work jacket, it stops a little lower, and I like that. The hood is much bigger, and I like that. But there's something wrong with the hood where it just kind of like behaves a little weird, and I think they should cut it just a little differently around the eyes, and it would probably ruin the Carhartt shape, but it might add to, I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass right now. Um, so back to the poof layer, the super strand. They sold this to me. Why does this suck? It's the most fragile thing ever. This is like this is just the single cheapest thing I own, and yet MSRP, I think retail is like 230, like something insane, something like truly stupid, truly insulting. Um, and I wanted it to be the perfect poof hoodie layer, and it didn't end up being that. It doesn't let off moisture like when it gets soaked. If you're like running around sweating, because of this particular plastic, it's conductive, it's sticky, it's sweaty. It's got that feeling when you the dirt cheapest sleeping bags. You know what I'm talking about. That's what they did. This is the dirt cheap sleeping bag. And they put some bullshit plastic fill on the inside, and somebody got their dick sucked. Mad dick sucking going on in the boardroom, patenting something. Something got patented, and they were like, yeah, we got this plastic weave. It's called a super strand. You see what it is we take plastic and we kind of turn it into like a poof. Has anybody thought of that before? Sir, I think you're a genius. I think you're onto something, dude. I think we could patent that. Get a raise, probably get a promotion. Uh, we could get our dicks sucked for that, dude. Plastic fill? Dude, how could we increase the profit even more? Oh, I know. Hey, remember when you were a kid? Remember when you were a kid and you got the shittiest plastic sleeping bag for a sleepover, and the house was hot, so of course you're like sweating like a maniac inside the fucking plastic bag, and it doesn't go anywhere because why would it? And then you're just soaked in sweat in the morning, and it's a sopping wet sleeping bag. But you weren't the guy. Thank God you were not the little boy who filled his with piss. So nobody noticed. Nobody noticed your bag filled with sweat because somebody else filled their bag with piss. But luckily, it was cheap. It was cheap sleeping bag material, so you know, sleepover mom could just grab it up as like a Ziploc bag, and dump it out. And that's what this is, man. Let's put the hood on just so you get another Buzz Lightyear hood, dude. They fucking love the Buzz Lightyear hood. I don't know why. Like somebody laughed somebody in some boardroom laughed their ass off and like, what if we made a Buzz Lightyear hoodie, dude? It's like, oh no, no, dude, no, we can't do that. Who would buy that? A Buzz Lightyear hoodie. You know, I've shown you like two already. This is the third. Do I have more? Yeah, I got another Buzz Lightyear hoodie, dude. It's fucking stupid. I don't. I think it's a great hoodie design. It's a nice hood. It's like it does the hood things, but there's just an aspect of there's like an aspect of Teletubby assness that just is intolerable, dude. You cannot wear this around the bitches. Like you cannot. It actually kind of looks. It looks pretty cool when it's off the head, but the moment you put this shit on, around the huzz, around the babes, you're not serious. Like you're not. You're. This is like something you do like G-force testing in or some shit, you know? Like this is something you wear for the giggles. This is not what I thought it was. And I think that's why my initial reception, again, a lot of these things, they start with my initial reception and then they transition into, okay, I've had enough time. Now the emotion's gone. Now it's like, can I wear this today when it's this weather and this is happening? And okay, it's a good yuppie jacket. Like if you're a yuppie, you're probably gonna like this jacket, dude. Like you're not working too hard. You're like you're making your coffee at camp. You're driving to fucking get your juice. You know, this is a pretty good jacket. So so this thing on. So yeah. So my girlfriend loves this jacket. She fucking absolutely loves this jacket. And it looks great on her too. So she gets to wear it whenever she wants, and she likes the other one. I have two of these. And I got the other one for her, but I have it right now, but it's hers. Um, cuz she loves it. She like wears this fucking jacket all the time, like constantly. And I hated it. I hated it so much. I could not possibly imagine wearing it and like enjoying it, much less like it actually working. But she's like, no, it's like the greatest layer ever. It's like light. I can pack it. I can put it away. It's waterproof. It's like the one true hoodie, you know, and that's for her. Um, which is good to know. It's like good to kind of reorient what I truly believe is that this is a piece of shit, dude. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I was like, oh, it's the Nano Puff, but it's outdoor research. It's purple. It's got the Buzz Lightyear hoodie that the Nano Puff doesn't have. Yeah, I just looking at it online, you're like, oh, it's perfect. I thought it was gonna breathe better. It was gonna be the Ventrix replacement. Again, constantly searching for the Ventrix replacement. And I think that's what I don't like about this, is that the moment you take this hoodie and you turn it into, instead of being a poof shell combo that's light and it's almost like an umbrella jacket almost, it's like, I don't need it until I need a jacket, and then, oh, this is the jacket that I carry with me all the time because it's perfect for that. But again, circling the drain, the moment you turn this into the poof for your shell, so let's put that on. All right, this is potentially the yuppiest combo that I own. I have never stepped foot outside in this combo. I think this combo would actually be amazing. Like, no bullshit, I think this combo really would slap, theoretically. In theory, this would work for somebody. Somebody online would be flipping through their shopping cart, and they'd be adding all the jackets together, and like, I don't need that. And then they'd be looking at Reddit reviews, you know. And that's the other thing. If you can make it through this type of info dump, dude, you're something different, man. You are special. You give a fuck about things that I just. Hats off, brother. But this would in theory be like the nice combo, because okay, you took their ultimate poof layer, and then in theory their ultimate shell layer, and you've combined both poof and shell, and now you've got your poof shell. But this is the shittiest combo I could possibly make, and it's one of the more expensive ones. I think they're selling, when I got this helium, you're gonna be mad, dude. I got the helium for $75. They had a stupid sale when I got mine. I was like, oh shit, no way. Yes, please. This was a long ass time ago, dude. I was prepping, and I got their pants, I got their hat, and I hated both of those because they cut it weird. That's also the other thing. Like, fuck, I could just be here forever talking about this shit. Outdoor Research, they're always trying to, everybody. It's not just them. It's everybody. They're always coming up with some sort of like name to their new thing, which does something new and special and is super expensive and worth everything. And they're smarter than everybody. And if you get it, you're smarter than everybody. And of course you know what you're getting. And of course you should buy this incredibly expensive trash bag, because they put incredibly expensive plastic fill on the inside of it. And then you could get a second plastic trash bag to put over your first plastic trash bag. And now you are ascended. You've become the ultimate outdoor person. You could not possibly go any lighter than this for a poof shell. I will bet every nut I ever have for the rest of my life, I'm betting you, every nut ever for the rest of my life, I'm betting you, you cannot come up with a better, lighter poof shell that's 100% waterproof and lighter than this. It just doesn't exist. I mean, a rain jacket lighter than the helium? What the fuck are you gonna... It just doesn't happen. It would have to be like, I don't know, made up. It'll happen in 10 years when they spin some spider silk that's impossibly light. But okay, we're off track. Back to the point. Why does it suck? Because this isn't a thing you would wear if you cared about doing things in the real world. If you cared about like working and picking stuff up and moving tools around and like getting shit done, and like things have sharp edges and objects are out there. Objects in the real world are out there. And this is the most fragile nerd that's ever existed. They're like stuck looking at like some sort of like, they're like deriving the perfect calculus, the ultimate calculus. They're like, well, the spreadsheet, if you tweak and you move and you actually get the lightest, and All right. Fuck. We were talking about why this jacket sucks. This jacket really sucks. The poof sucks. The shell sucks. I fucking hate it. I really do. I straight up hate this shit. Okay, why do I hate it? If you were doing like one of those ultra trail runner, like the Barkley, that might be where this would be a thing, where it's like you're optimusing. I'm optimusing. Gotta optimuse. I'm optimusing. If you had to optimuse, you'd probably end up here. You'd be like, oh, super strand and a Houdini, or a super strand and a helium, or a, nano puff and a Houdini, nano puff and a helium. It's like that kind of like little nexus. What would be the other? There's a Mountain Hardware version of that. They all have their poof, their little ultra trash bag poof, and then they all have, I mean not all of them, but they all kind of like fight over the helium second place, like whatever is going to be second place to the helium, just because the helium's so light, and they get to be like, yeah, we're the lightest. Maybe there's a new one that I don't know about, but that's how it's been for a while. But in any event, this isn't like the poof shell combo that I would recommend to anyone. You would only end up here if you knew what you were doing and you had a bunch of other shit that did this but better for everything else except being the lightest possible version that has absolutely no durability whatsoever. Is one you're one you're literally one whoa. Oh, get away. You're one of those. Oh, the fire popped. One of those away from this thing being fucked. Dunzo. Just out the game. Just get out. This combo can't take a hit at all. There's no hits that this can take. And I know it. I just, intrinsically, you feel it when you put this thing on. You go, oh, poof shell trash bag. Great. It's almost like you literally took a trash bag and you stuffed it with other trash bags. That's literally what this is. Nice little micro. We got on the spreadsheet and we got this little excess and we tweaked it. And now it's a super strand and it's basically down. Look at the R value. Dude, and it's just not that. It's like, you're going to start sweating. You're going to fall. There's fire. There's wood. Wood itself is a fucking problem and will rip this to shreds. Bark will rip this to shreds. You hold a stick wrong and rub it too much and you're going to pop a seam. It's going to catch and go seam. Like I just can't, dude. I just hate how the weakness of this combo. It's so inherently weak. It's so unequipped to handle the reality of the external world. And yet, it's the premier combo from the premier and we'll get back to this of premier and names and okay, Outdoor Research is, at the end of the day, it was cut to the chase. Outdoor Research is basically cheap Patagonia. That's all it'll ever be. It's cheap Patagonia. It's a knockoff. It's, they're really fighting for third place. They're swinging as hard as possible, and they might get third place. And if they get first place, it's because nobody's dumb enough to make a foray and then be like, yeah, this is our ultimate rain jacket. They look at it and they're like, you guys made an alpine ski jacket and then called it a rain jacket. Like, get the fuck out of here. Okay. Well, have I talked shit about this combo enough? You get like you get what I'm saying, right? There's also no there's no arm except maybe I need a bigger one, dude. Maybe I'm just getting fat. I don't even know. But I'm already fat. You know, let's just we'll accommodate for that. I got a big Tom, and it still fits, okay? The large helium technically fits, okay? So it does still work as the jacket I bought. This is a rain jacket. I can get into and out of the car and grab groceries perfectly, dude. I get in my little minivan, get groceries for my wife's boyfriend's kids, uh, you know, get little juice boxes for my wife's boyfriend's kid, many kids. He's got 12 of them. And I'm wearing this, you know. And I put Joker paint on. Put a little Joker paint on because I just can't take. I can't take the fucking weight. I just was not strong enough to wear a slightly heavier jacket. I'm talking like 300 grams heavier for all the durability of the world, man. Like, dude, this. Ah, man. Where do I start and where do I end on the hate? Because I don't use that word lightly, dude. Like, I'm not. This isn't like discontent. I'm not, and I don't even feel cheated because I got what I asked for. I really did. They, on the list, and that's the funniest part. I wanted this. I thought I wanted this. I was like, yes, I'm a smart SMRT consumer, bro. I'm like that guy. I'm just gonna look at all the stuff and I'm gonna, ooh, the Reddit. And then I'm gonna, and then you start looking at trail runners and thinking that applies to you. Like, yeah. Dude, if you're doing this, this is your job. Oh, it's raining. Oh, it's not raining. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is my job. Oh, it's not raining. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, wow. Okay, this is my job. If that's what you do, you know what? I actually don't have any words for you. You're like solving the right problem. This is the solution to that correct problem that you've invented for yourself. But as far as problems that you get dealt with every day that you can't even like see coming. Like you never see, oh hey, we got this new guy. He's up on the roof. He tossed something, it bounced off something, and then this thing fell, and then there's shit falling all over, and then you tripped, and you reached over, and you would have been fine, but you kind of edged up against something a little sharper than cotton candy, and just fucking obliterated this shit, you know? That's literally all I have to say about that. You already know what I'm talking about. I think I've hammered the point to death, but I had to hammer that point to death because you don't know what you don't know, and you think you know more than you know, and you think poof shell. The Reddits are saying the superstrand is synthetic down, so that would solve the solution. It would be the solution, solve the problem. And then the helium is the lightest rain jacket. It's also 100% impermeable, which is obviously something I want because I'm never going to get wet on the inside. It's only going to be wet on the outside. Why would I get wet on the inside? It's like, no, dumbass. Like, you're going to get wet. This shit's going to get soaked. It's going to happen. You are going to get soaked, and then you're going to rub into some tough shit, dude. And this is not for that. This is for I'm optimusing. I'm 4 kilometers an hour. 4 kilometers an hour. Not me. All right, what's next? Finally, dude, a jacket. The 2 jackets. Worth a fuck. Oh my god. These are some of my and that's the thing. I thought this was gonna be one of my favorites, so I get the green, because the purple's kind of like for funsies. That's like something like, dude, you feel a little. You gotta combo the purple just right to wear it. Like, you can't be walking around with just anything. I will do that. I'll violate, but the purple draws attention in a way where it's like, I sometimes just want to be like incognito. So that's what the green's for. I love green. Green and purple obviously go well together, so you can combo them basically infinitely. So yeah, and the Carhartt thing started with the Rain Defender, and I recommended that to all my friends, and they all got it, and they all love it, and it's like universal. Like, we all love that hoodie, the Rain Defender hoodie. So that's why that hoodie it's fucking heavy, dude. Like, shit, let's put that on right now. You know what? No, we're not gonna do the comboing. I'm not gonna start comboing just yet. But that Rain Defender hoodie is one of my most perfect poofs, and it's what, 1,000 times heavier than the Super Strand. It's like 4 different materials. It's got a big heavy zipper down the middle. The hood sucks, so I definitely would have replaced that. But as far as like bomb proof, hand it to everybody, like, we're jumping out, over fucking who knows where, Mars. We're jumping out over Mars. Probably gonna want that Rain Defender hoodie, and then we'll get to the shell I want. But it's just because it wicks the sweat away. It's insanely durable. It fits just right, and yeah, what else could I say? But it's heavy. Okay, so then I started getting more Carhartt jackets just because I needed workwear. I needed external shells that actually worked, and I stopped relying on the concept. This is probably the start of breaking away from the idea of yuppie core being relevant at all. And I'm sure you already know this, but like, the whole the workwear and then the LARPing workwear, like, I bought these jackets, and I'll show you my bib too, just as like a proof. Like, I really needed this stuff, and I really used it, and did, a lot of demo and construction and work in the winter. Like, just bullshit work in the winter. Like, that's really all we're talking about. Bullshit work in the winter. And that bullshit work in the winter translates to camping and tactical or ultimate, or whatever, that extra third kind of geardo spot. The workwear mogs that shit all day. Heavy mogging is happening in the workwear space when you compare it to any tactical bullshit. And I mean that. Any tactical bullshit and any outdoor type of yuppie core type of thing. The workwear mogs that shit. And I'm sure you guys already know that. But that was like those 1620 pants or whatever they're called. That's the pant to get, as opposed to spending like what, retail $600 on a pair of outdoor research pants. Like, fuck yourself, dude. I mean it. And not that 600 schmeckles or 600 clams or 600 bones is like the end of the world. But it's like, dude, you start stacking this shit up, and it's like, I need one jacket. I don't need 5 $600 jackets that I then find out are worthless, or only useful in a specific use case, or are really good, but fucking flimsy and weak and worthless and not something I would actually want to wear outside because I know I'm gonna break it, dude. Like I know I'm gonna break this combo if I actually wore this. I'm gonna break this combo just waving this fucking knife around. My little Bayo. This is not Bayo safe. Now this next jacket is Bayo safe. It's me safe. I've done everything. It's got a little bit of glue on the sleeve because I tried gluing. Hey Gloom, Mr. Gloom. Mr. Gloom. Oh, he came in and left. But I tried gluing. And that's the end of this. I tried gluing this bad boy onto this next jacket, and you can see why. You know, green on green, like it looks sick. But the E6000 that I used did not work. So I've got some new super glue, and then I'm gonna sew it. Coming up. Kitty. He's trying to tell me something. Pistol kitty. It's a pistol kitty. Come here. Yeah, this jacket is not cat safe. Kitty. Boo 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 boo. I'll show you. Kitty. Yeah, meow. Kitty. Pistol gloom. Pistol gloom. Cha cha. Cha cha. Mr. Bloom. Papa. He's got the little belly. He's got the little belly. Yeah, so. Alright, I'm sorry. He's little Mr. Kitty. He's a Mr. Kitty. Oh, he's a Mr. Kitty. Got little boots on. Little boots on. His little paws. His little paws, sir. His big paws. Yeah, this jacket is not kitty safe. Kitty could change his mind and ruin this jacket. And I think that's the bar. You should have a kitty safe jacket. If you expect your jacket to like survive the real world, you gotta be able to know that you can pick up just a cat and be like, yeah, if he decides to flip out right now, you know, the jacket's gonna be fine. And that's not what this is. So, let's move on. I think we beat this horse to death, dude. You know, but as far as, I guess the final nail is, all right, so the final nail that I think I'd like to, you know, say about this and just leave. You know, I'm actually gonna come back to it. I'm not letting them off the hook. I'm really not. I'm actually not okay with how they handled this. And it starts with the poof, and we'll go over the construction of the poof, and we'll compare the Super Strand to the Ventrix. And I'll do that like a ASMR zoom in thing or whatever. And we'll just go over the little bits of it. But it's like, again, it's the durability. I think that's the end concept is simply the sustainability of the item. This is not durable, therefore it's not sustainable. I'm sure you could repair it if you like if you had a heat gun and a roller and complementary like the same material and you knew what you were doing. I bet you could probably like, and then like a little bit of heat glue or just something, you know, however they tape these seams right here. So they like heated it up and then pressed it together and then sewed it, or there's like a liner or something. If you figure that out, somebody on the internet like figured that out, I'm sure it's repairable. And you can keep it going for quite some time. But those are for little hits. That's for like a little ding on a little pebble hit you. This is not taking any major damage and surviving. And for that, it fails. And it fails in a really big fucking way. The way they should sell this is like in your face, this is fragile. That should be the first sentence. This is extremely fragile. And if you don't know that going into it, it's not going to do what you think it's going to do. It's not going to be a good rain jacket and good poof combo the way that you like have concepted all these little, optimizations. It's just not that. It's a it's a grocery getter optimization. This is like a chilly, rainy day, and I'm driving around, and I'm listening to a podcast, and I'm eating a fucking donut, and I'm just getting fatter, and I'm not exerting myself at all. Or converse to that, you're just. I sure hope I don't trip. I sure hope I don't brush against a tree too hard. That type of thing. Okay, I'm leaving it. I might come back to it, but I'm leaving it. And then my voice is getting out. So I'm gonna have to. I think I might make a cup of coffee and come back, or some tea or something, dude. I'm out of ginger tea. I'm out of fucking coffee. But before I leave, I think what I'm gonna and we're coming back. We're coming back around. We're circling the drain, coming back around to another shell. Two shells actually, and two of my preferred shells. I have four preferred shells. Man, that sucks to say. And if I had to pick one, I really think it would be this next one coming up. If I had to pick any of them, one time, done deal, and I'm like jumping out literally over Mars, you know, like obviously I'd want the version of this that would integrate with my fucking jetpack or whatever the fuck, but you get the idea. And this next jacket is also the inspiration and kind of the anchor point of resistance, of reality, of other people smarter than me actually have come to conclusions about textiles and like seamstresses. They know a lot more than I do, so I'm gonna follow their footsteps and not try to reinvent their wheel. But it seems self-evident in the design and the construction and the placement of the stitches. You understand it. It's not like you have to have a high mind about this. You don't have to like think you're like dissecting a PhD, even though there probably was several PhDs leading into this. Maybe. Or it was like the type of thing where, you know, the guy with the PhD stole it from the seamstress that actually like does this, and this is her actual opinion. And you'll get what I'm talking about, like how they stagger the shoulder seam and drop it back a little bit, and where they leave the enough for the swing, the arm swing. And I want to have my friends bring their jackets over too, because then you'll really get an idea, and I'll get a really good idea too once everything's all lined up, because they all have their own opinions, and we all kind of have the same agreement about general terms. Or like this next jacket, I was very happy I got it. I was over the moon. It did everything I needed it to, and then some. And I didn't talk about it initially, like for 2 or 3 months to one of my best friends. And he ended up buying it himself for his brother as a gift. And was like, man, I really should have got this for me. And then he sees me with it, and he's like, oh my God. And so like we agree, like, man, this next jacket coming up it's a heavy hitter, and it's got a lot of really good ideas in it. And it hits that plateau of sustainability. You're past the Dunning-Kruger, you're past the pit of learning, you're slowly climbing up the slope, and you're like shedding weight and old ideas, and you're shedding all these previous, like, almost like there's gotta be, what's the word for like an unknowing nerd? Somebody who's like overly critical and highly opinionated about things that they are turning into conjectures, instead of like, hey, get up, dude. It's 5 a.m. We're going down to the harbor, bro. The fucking bullshit's outside. You're going to have to be out there for 18 hours. You're going to get soaked. You're going to get slapped in the face with tuna, dude. You're going to fall. You might go overboard, bro. What the fuck? Like, that type of, just beat your ass. Like, just reality, just like, oh, you wore the super strand and the helium. Let me just, guys, just, just like, you've never concepted an uppercut in your entire life. That's what this combo is right here. You've never concepted an uppercut once. And so your stance is like, you got your chin out right here, dude. You're like, yeah, yeah, you're like, just one lights out, dude. That's what this combo is, man. So you got to always have the ability to look at what you've done and go, this sucked. I really thought I was hot shit. I really thought I've spent enough time on the forums. I should know. Spent enough time looking at all the lists on Reddit, on YouTube. I've consumed 50 hours of YouTube content. I should be able to determine the ultimate poof shell combo. And yet, you're retarded. You really are. Your engine could be perfectly optimized and running at a... It could be, 50,000 RPM, 10th gear, no problems, ass load of power. You're cranking. The power of the sun is in your asshole. And you're just, and you're stuck to the road. You're gripping it. Left, right, dude, anything. Brakes work. It could be that. But you're retarded, dude. So you got a fucking thing on the belt or something, and it's just grinding away at all the energy, and you're hey, kitty, and it's just sucking all that energy out of you, and you think you're like, dude, I got 50,000 horsepower, bro. Like, what do you? I am Omni-Man. Like, I am going to think about this in a way where I am a thinker above everyone. And it's just not the case. It's just simply not the case. You have to go outside and everything has to break. And you have to go, oh my God, like, I'm going to fucking die. I'm so stupid. Like, I had no idea. I didn't know it gets this bad. I didn't even know. I didn't know I'd have a problem with stinking because I had never spent an extended period outside. And then you start realizing, like, oh my God, half of this gear is designed around the yuppie consciousness of dip your toes in going outside. You dip them in. You go, oh, it's cold in there. Oh, and then you get the fuck out of there and you get in your nice little car. You got your little puffy on and you didn't sweat too much. Dude, I could talk about this forever. And I will. I'm going to talk about this until I'm done talking about it. Because I fucking hate this combo. Oh, we should be on to the next jacket by now, but... Man, I'm just so retarded. Like, absolutely, like, bone stupid, dude. And not in the... Can't imagine a different scenario. It's like, it's not like I didn't know about workwear. It's not like I didn't know about... considering durability. Like, of course I was worried about durability, but then I was like, well, I mean, other people wear it. Like, it can't be paper mache, it's I bet they figured it out. I bet they got like some sort of kitty. I bet they figured that shit out, kitty. And they did figure it out. They figured out how to separate me from my money. That's what they figured out how to do, dude. They did not figure out how to give me something that would last a lifetime and be immortal and represent an icon of engineering. They didn't give me any of that. They gave me minimum viable product for unconscious, faux conscious, yuppie, hyper consumer, Reddit optimusing retard. That's what they did. All right. Bingo, bango, bingo, bango. Talking into a mic. It gets way easier the more you talk into a mic. You just keep talking into a mic. Yip yap, yip yap, yip yap. ABC, ABC, 1, 2, 3. ABC, 1, 2, 3. You gotta be obsessed with it. You gotta be totally obsessed with it. Yes, sir. Conor McGregor was right. You gotta go crazy. I'm mad, yeah. Yeah. I'm mad. Totally crazy. Totally crazy. He's crazy. You're crazy. I don't want to be crazy. I don't want you guys to think I'm crazy or anything. I'm like a totally normal person. I'm like totally normal. I'm totally normal, man. You just don't gotta worry about nothing. I'm totally normal. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I'm normal. Yep. I'm totally normal. Regular guy. Just talking. I'm just talking about jackets. That's what I'm doing. I'm just talking about jackets. Not weird to talk into a camera to no one. Doesn't feel weird at all. There's no reaction whatsoever. Just talking. Can't wait to edit this out. Can't wait to make sure you guys don't know. I'm not trying to waste your time. You clicked on a video. All right, we're back. All right, what's up? So I've got the Carhartt on. This is the Storm Defender. The external shells, it feels like 1000D Cordura. They have a lineup called Storm Defender, and a lot of them look really good. You know, like they've got a Rain Defender one. This is more of like a workwear type of shell. But all the Storm Defenders that I've touched, all the big external layers, they felt really good in the store. This one, I am so happy I got it. Let's run over the features. Crazy overbuilt zipper. We've got rivet buttons, whatever they're called, going all the way up. They cut the sleeve so that there's like kind of a wedge shape to it, or like an angular. There's more coverage on the outside and less on the inside, which I really like. This is probably a feature I'm going to copy. The way that it rolls over, like I really like that. I think I'm going to update the cuff though. The cinch on this is really not as good as you would want it to be. This does have an internal gasket type of silky, poly material, which is all right. It's all right, but I'd probably change it. I think I'd probably rather have some sort of knitted something. The upside to this is that it seems to dry pretty quickly. However, because this is solid nylon. Their hats are made of acrylic. This is made out of nylon. Jackets made out of polyester are a little bit less durable, but the higher denier nylons really, really hold up. Like I've been saying, I've been trying to abuse and break this, and I just haven't been able to. And so what were we doing? We were circling the drain. It's a new day. Sorry, I got to catch up to what I was talking about. Trying to sew in the eagle too. So what do we want out of a jacket? We want something that's reliable. Okay, now you've got your 1000 denier nylon. That's a great shell. What do we put on the inside? They have maintained this wicking layer, which does a fairly good job. However, I have noticed that this doesn't really do well if you try to. What doesn't it do well? I think I was just going down a rabbit hole that I didn't even have an answer to. This does a lot of things really well. When I need something where it's like I'm heading out into the night, it's freezing cold, middle of winter, bullshit blizzard, and I know I have to, do some heavy duty shit, some big industry, big boy, heavy duty shit. I'm gonna put this bad boy on. and stuff it with all the layers that I need. But it's really just the shell. There's almost no insulative nature to this at all, which is good. That's kind of what you want. They cut the hem a little bit lower, which is okay. It's not. It doesn't have the high waist bomber, which I'm happy it doesn't. I would be kind of upset if the bottom of this was that knit layer that bombers usually do. Because when you're just outside all day, and you're not in a bomber, flying a bomber, when you're actually outside, that shit gets mangled and it gets dirty and it gets soaked and it doesn't really dry that well. So that's probably something that I'm gonna leave off of my particular jacket is I don't like the cinch on the bottom of most bombers, how they the waffling. I'm really not a fan of that. I would like waffling maybe around the collar, and the waffling at the wrists if it calls for it. But this jacket doesn't call for it, and I think that's something that I got to keep in mind is that there might be a tradition of adding waffling, but I don't think that would be strictly necessary for you to call it a bomber. I think you could make a bomber style and exclude that and be even better for it. Um, it's probably more about maintaining that waistline, which I also would like to violate. I want the jacket to kind of have an apron to it. I want it to go pretty low. I don't want it to I want the waist itself to be respected as far as the weight transfer of the jacket. I want the jacket to be supported by a cinched waist, but I want there to be almost trench coat like additions, uh, like an apron, uh, just to keep shit away from your waist and to keep wetness away from your crotch. So I think that's a relevant consideration. But as we circle the drain and we go back to materials and we try to reinvent the wheel, and then we look at older materials, you're like, you know what, this is just fine. And it's also, this material has taken a serious minute to kind of work in and break in. Initially when I got this, you could probably stand it up alone. Like it was rigid enough to hold itself up. And now there's a bit of a flop to it that I really, really enjoy. And I think over the years, it's just only going to get better. I have never added DWR to this. It does wet out as all, uh, you know, 500 to 1,000 denier nylon will wet out. It will let water through. But we're still in that concept of being warm when we're wet. So if I know I'm going to get wet and I'm wearing this, I'm just going to wear, a wool and the Ventrix and I'll be fine. Even if I'm soaked, I'm still going to be warm. So another thing that this jacket does really well is the collar is internal. I think I mentioned this earlier. The collar is internal. Let's zip this bad boy up. As you can see, the collar goes very, very high. It goes all the way to my neck, which I really like. And I think I'm gonna have to incorporate an ability for just the inherent ceiling nature of this design is relevant. Even though on my design, you'll see it, I want the jacket to kind of weave in like a flower petal or a blossom, uh, almost like sleeves or layers. Folding over each other, which this obviously is almost the exact opposite of. But I think I would like this particular upper portion to integrate somehow into the original pedal design. Maybe I'll put a picture on screen of that. But we're getting there. And I like that the hood itself is removable, so I'll take it off after I show you this. but it's got these big Velcro front flaps, which are very effective. And it is kind of abrasive on your lower neck. You might want to wear like a, like a shamar or some sort of like gaiter or something, but it does fine. It does a fine job. There's an aspect of hoods where some hoods will travel with you when you turn your head, and then others will stay independent. And I like independent hoods that I can turn my head and see a lot in my periffs. Um, if the hood tracks with your head, sometimes that can actually be a bad thing, and then you're also not going to be able to hear anything at all if your hood is constantly following your ears. Um, what else? There's really not too much to say other than amazing Carhartt work jacket for bullshit inclement weather. Like really, this is probably there's a brown one too, but that's made out of a different material, and it can't really. The brown one has con in it, so it's heavier, and when it gets wet, it's a brick. It's like a stack of bricks, and it doesn't dry at all. Um, but it's also a good workwear outerwear. But between the two, the classic Carhartt and then this one, I'd probably have to pick this one just off of the dryability. And I know this one's gonna last forever. The seams, I've been talking about the seams for a minute, but you can see how they backed off the seam that maybe normally would go up here. They backed it off back here. And then on some of the other models, they have an open folded gusset type of it stitches back. So they call it the full swing. So you get a little extra in the back when you're extended. And I'll go to the store. Maybe that'd be another aspect. When I'm done with this, I'll go to the store. I'll start configuring all the other little jackets in there. I'll be like, and touch it, and then notice those details. But man, I really can't glaze this jacket hard enough. Good front pocket. It does hold a gun pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, if you got the EDC, it's got like a little internal pocket. It does pretty well. Holds any standard pistol. I think a lot of Carhartt jackets are actually designed around that. They'll have two. They'll have two internal pockets. Let's take off the hood. Easy hood removal. However, it's a very secure hood design. But yeah, sometimes I'll even wear it like this. And in a lot of ways, this is the best type of workwear jacket without a hood, because it goes all the way up to your neck, and it's made out of this. So there's no internal Gore-Tex layer, which even if I had the option to put Gore-Tex on the inside of this, I don't think I would do it. This breathes really well, and I guess there isn't really too much to say. Like, what a workwear jacket is, a nylon workwear jacket. There's a lot of cheaper alternatives to this that would probably do almost the same thing. But yeah, I really like it. I tried putting this bad boy on, but luckily the E6000 didn't hold it on, so I realized I should actually, if I'm gonna put it on, it should be like something like this, something up higher. Like I misplaced it. But yeah, overall, great jacket. If anybody needed the end of the world jacket, this would probably be it. If I'm going off to, World War VII or whatever, I'm probably gonna. If I don't get like a new one or like a Corinthia or something, that's on the list. Multicam Alpine Corinthia is on the list. But if I don't end up getting that, I'll stick with this just off of the durability. And when you sweat in this, it unloads a lot of the moisture. So yeah, Carhartt Storm Defender. It's good to go. Oh, before I forget, an aspect of a jacket is also how it interfaces with the glove. And so I was thinking, like, we got a couple different mechanics here, and then we've got the bigger Burtons. But interfacing with the glove is, it's a pretty big deal, especially if you're in inclement weather. A lot of times, the weak point of a jacket is actually the interface right at the end with the glove. So let's see what that looks like. So yeah, it's perfect. Totally works. There's really no notes. I don't really have any notes other than this is a great jacket. And I think I'm going to copy the geometry of the end of the sleeve. I'm going to copy just the concept of using for an entire shell just high denier nylon. I think that's a relevant material still. I think that'll always be a relevant material. Until they develop the 1000D nylon equivalent that's like natural, like a natural fiber, infinitely sustainable or whatever. We're kind of stuck with that one. Um, some things do what that does a little better, like those obsidians. I maybe if I had an entire jacket out of that, I would prefer it. But we'll see. This is the one that you could like fall on nails, and they're probably not going to go through. That's kind of the expectation is that you can pick up any bullshit or fall on any metal bullshit and still be fine. This is a true protective layer. The things I'm going to personally change on mine is the cinch, not the construction. This is a really solid construction. Just the placement and then probably making it wider so it can cinch even more. And then making the Velcro a little longer so I can cinch it all the way. Because I have trouble. There's like a lot of overhang. It just doesn't, it's just not good, It's just not good. So this needs work. But I think that's the crux of the jacket that I'm going to make. Is that the wrist and the waist are going to probably be something totally new. It's a new method of distributing the weight. I want the weight to be distributed like a hip belt will hold the weight of a backpack, a really heavy backpack. It'll take it off your shoulders. I want the wrists and the waist to hold up the jacket, which is going to be a little bit heavier. So it can maintain its loft and it will move with your body instead of being a little overly loose. Because the jacket that I want, I need it to be loose on the inside of the elbows and then on the back of the shoulder. And then I need it to be loose right around here, just a little bit, just for an extra poof layer. But I also need it to cinch and be like weather tight. So I think that's what I got out of this jacket is the full commit on nylon. I think that's where I'm at. The end all be all of a plastic jacket is a material invented decades ago. Let's go over the hood just real quick. They do the Carhartt thing where it's a big wide panel on the back and then it splits. I'm probably gonna directly copy this, and then there's an internal bungee right around the brim. Also probably gonna copy something similar. Also, the idea of it being removable, and then the removability of it, I think would potentially be better with the right type of magnet, but I don't know. So I'm gonna find out. And I also don't want to put the magnets on and then put wireless headphones in and then be like, oh shit, it's it's messing with it. Or the magnets to be so powerful that you get into like a you get into a car and then it clink out of the metal behind you or something. Yeah, so Carhartt Storm Defender, good to go. All right, so next up we've got the second Super Strand. All right. So this is the Patagonia. I think it's a Snow Crew. It might be something else. It says H2No on the sleeve, but this I don't even think it should be called that. They kind of like just put H2No on anything that they're gonna call waterproof, or H2No material, but it's not the same thing because I've bought so many things that say H2No on it, and they're clearly different materials. This is also something that this is a classic jacket that absolutely needs the DWR. Without the DWR, this is kind of like a glorified. Um, I don't know. It's not even a. It's not a rain. It's nothing. The moment that it gets above freezing, like 32 and up, this stops being something that you would want to use if it was raining. If it's not raining and it's freezing, like this is a great jacket. But the moment it starts raining and it's above freezing, because below freezing, this does a pretty good job of even when you're wet, it'll vent, and because it's so cold, the external shell kind of will freeze a little bit, and act as its own DWR. Or if it's snowing, it just kind of it falls off. But the moment that this thing gets soaked, it just kind of turns into a wet rag. But this is the jacket that I wore 24/7 while I was outside. Um, this I was okay with this falling apart because I got this. I initially a while ago, a long while ago, maybe 2016, I think, something like that. I had their green. It was like an insulated torrent shell, essentially. And that thing ripped at the pocket seams. It ripped at all the zippers. The hem came undone. It just wasn't. It was not a good jacket. It was another really good yuppie jacket for going to get groceries or chilling on the ski hill, not really doing too much. Um, like you'd be better off that jacket compared to like an ancient like 90s zero exposure jacket. The zero exposure would probably be better, dude. It's just kind of funny how that works. A lot of the really expensive new shit really isn't anything other than an attempt to convince you that they've reinvented the wheel when they probably have not. You know you've reinvented the wheel when it's something like that wool fishnet base layer thing where it looks silly, but everyone swears by it because it works. It's an actual thing that works. And it works so well that anybody can make it. It can be as cheap made as cheaply as possible and still function. That's when you know you've reinvented the wheel. when you can make it as cheaply as possible and it still does the thing. Whereas some of the patented technologies, they want the exclusivity and they want the idea of prestige. They want the idea of reinvention and engineering, and none of it is really involved. It's just another version of plastic, and one that probably doesn't work as well or is as durable. So where was I going with this? I wore this because it came as a replacement. When that jacket broke and I sent it back to them, their Patagonia, as always, replaced it with a new model because they didn't make the previous one because it broke. So I got my pick, and this was actually, I think this was like even $100 more than the one that I sent them. So I love Patagonia just for that. Like, just off of that vibe alone of, like, my mom bought that jacket for me. And so I was like, man, my mom's money was wasted on this piece of shit. So that's where the initial love came, was they just took care of me. I sent it back and they took care of me. So I think I'm always going to keep going back to them just off of that. When we get to the supersane, I tried returning the purple one, and they refused to take it without me paying shipping and a replacement fee, which was like super insulting because the thing broke within a week. I just felt gypped and spit on. And then whoever was jockeying the emails was a piece of shit, dude. He was either he didn't care, he was acting like I was the one with the issue. So then they got the hateful email. Then they got the real what for. Let's see. Anyway, what does this jacket do right? Again, something that we see a lot of. It's these taped glued zipper seams, which work for the most part. The insulation is relatively light. There's a lot of little features, like a little headphone wire hole. Nothing to write home about. The durability isn't really all that high. I don't think this is gonna handle too much of an impact. But it's light enough that when I was homeless, I was constantly wearing this, and it was dirty as fuck. And I was around fires a lot. And I'm sure an ember landed on it. But nothing that I can see on the front. An ember would fuck it up, but it wouldn't ruin the jacket like some of the other ones. It is an XL, so that is my preferred size for like an outerwear winter jacket. I think the smaller version of this I would really not like. I don't think it would have the right fit, and I don't think it would let off moisture and retain the right amount of air the way that this does when it's a little baggy. Yeah, I guess there's not too much to say other than this particular one has held up, and it was one of those jackets that when I got it, I was like, fuck this jacket. I had another jacket I fucking hated when I got it, and I just wore it a lot, and then I started to understand what it was and what it wasn't, and then, because like online you see like a picture, and then you read the description, and then you look at what it's made out of, and then what they're telling you it can do, and then sometimes when it comes in the mail, you're like, this is a thin hoodie. What are you doing? Like, this is a thin plastic hoodie. What's wrong with you guys? You guys are evil. And then you start wearing it and you're like, okay, whatever. I guess I'll make this work. But this is one of those jackets that if you had asked me to rate it when I first got it, I would have called it like not even a 1 star out of 5. It's like a 0.5 out of 10. That's how much I really did not like this. But over time, it's grew on me, and it's got the added thing of I did make it work in negative degree weather in a tent, morning, noon, and night for quite some time. It got really stinky, but that's to be expected. It's a plastic coat. But there isn't too much to say. This is basically their snowboarding coat. I'd call this their yuppie snowboarding coat. This really isn't meant for, like, I guess you could, put some tactical shit on top of it and it'd be all right. I know a lot of other tactical coats have this similar touch to them and they feel almost identical. And they would work for the most part, but if I was stuck on a front line for months, I don't know. I might have this inside the Carhartt Storm Defender. I might, and we're talking about cold and wet. That's what we're talking. We're not talking about like 60 degrees. We're talking about like, 0 degrees, hovering around 0, and bullshit ass weather. Probably this for my 24/7. This thing is always on. If I get too hot, I just unzip it. It vents really well. And then the Storm Defender probably for that extra durability layer. Let's see how those look. This would probably be a good realistic combo. Um, this would be a good realistic combo to, I don't know, jump out of a dropship on Mars or whatever the fuck. Like, you could fall in this, you could take a hit. You've got the wicking nature of it. The snow shot kind of acts as your poof. So this is the poof, this is the shell. And maybe a wool sweater on the inside. And then your internal layers. But this makes a pretty good combo. It fits really well, and I'm really happy with... I get some things out of the internal snow shot, and then I get the durability and the actual reliability, maybe, of this external layer. I don't know. I don't have too much to say, and these are some of my favorite jackets. It's kind of weird. Like, the things that I have the most to say are about things that I hate and I don't like and that don't work. This works and does everything I have ever asked it to do and then some. And I've also taken hits in it. I've eaten shit. I've fallen off longboards. I've, picked up bullshit. And neither of these jackets have failed me. And I'm very happy about that. And either one of them, I'm sure if you picked it for, this for a workwear shell or this for kind of like your yuppie snowboard jacket that can flex into just an everyday powder jacket almost. Like, if you think of the winter, you know what powder means. It's like, it's a little bit warmer. The air is a little bit friendlier. It's not too bitter ice wind. That's where this would come in. But this, oh yeah. This layer breathes a little too much. So when you start dropping the temperature, when it gets below, when it's sitting around like 25 and under, this thing is struggling. It's like genuinely struggling. This is, the way to think about this is an insulated rain jacket. I think that's how you should really think about this. As a poof layer, this is, And it doesn't even, I just said it doesn't function as a rain jacket without the DWR. So you do have to keep that in mind. Every time you wash this, you have to reapply DWR. And if you don't, then this just turns into an insulated jacket that gets wet. I don't know how to describe it. It both sucks and doesn't suck at the same time. If you know what it can't do, then you don't expect it to do what it can't do, and you're happy with it. So like I'll go throw this on to go take the trash out, in the middle of the winter or whatever. But there's really, dude, I guess I'm running out of shit to say. I'm padding the clock for no reason. Yeah, it's an alright jacket. I don't know. There isn't much that I would steal from this design. I have never used this fucking pocket. Ever. I mean, maybe, it's for your like snowboard pass or whatever, but zipping it back up sucks, dude. It's like impossible to zip back up, especially if you have this cinched. Dude, good luck. You gotta like. That was easy, but it's not something that I've ever used. Maybe for like a heat warmer, but then, you would need one on the other side, so it doesn't even make sense. It's basically only for probably putting like a little bowl ski in there, like a little bit of weed and a little bit of like, what do you do with it? I don't even know. Okay, but yeah, I'm done with this. Let's move on to the next. Can't be here forever. All right, so this is another super strand. This was after I sent them an email. It's a year later, so they changed the colorway, and I think they listened to me because not only is was the new season the new color, they increased the biggest complaint I had on the previous one was that the sleeves weren't long enough. So I think they might have added an inch or two. We'll do a comparison, but I am almost 1,000% certain they added an inch or two on the sleeve because that was one of the big complaints. Was that the previous one would like it would go like that, like even like it'd like go like that. But this one, it does what it needs to. It goes all the way. These cuffs, I'm really not a fan of. They have included an internal soft layer, which is nice. However, I ripped mine like day 3 or whatever, being in the woods, and it just caught just a little something and it ripped. Uh, so I think they should figure out a way to do this and also make just the wrist, the external part, a little more abrasion resistant. Like I think the wrist should have some sort of like durability material probably out to here. like a good 2 inches, maybe even more. Uh, what else can I say about this? Same issues as the previous one. It doesn't breathe. It doesn't dry out at all. It's like they're using this Pertex material, the same material that they use on the inside layer of their baffle down jackets. It's like almost entirely waterproof. Because if you had a down jacket, you don't want the inside. You don't want to start sweating, and your down becomes useless instantly if you sweat. So it's totally waterproof on the inside, and that kind of creates. And they use the same material on this, and that just creates like the trash bag effect that we keep talking about, where I don't really need this for anything other than being a backup jacket in a car. And my girlfriend loves this jacket, so that's why I got it, because she liked the purple one. And then this looked a little more yellow online, so I got this. Her favorite color is yellow, and I really didn't like yellow up until I met her, and she loves yellow, and most of her things are yellow. So, by default, I just kind of started to really like yellow, and now I love yellow. I just love yellow as a color, and I'll wear it. Whereas previously, I would never wear yellow, ever. I wouldn't even buy it. If something was yellow, I probably wouldn't even buy it. It's funny how, things change. It's got the Buzz Lightyear hood still. I like this one a little bit more than the purple one, just because they made it slightly bigger. It became a true extra large instead of being like the extra large of the purple one is more of like, it's like a fat large, if that makes sense. Like it's like, and their larges aren't even larges. Their larges feel like mediums. So it just felt like a wide medium with short sleeves. It was like made for a potato. I included that in the email. I was like, did you make this for a potato, dude? Like with sticks, like tiny little stick arms. There's really not much to say. This isn't a jacket that's worth a fuck. This is a $75 jacket at most, and they try to jip you for like $250 on it. And I'm saying 75. That's like I'm generous. I'm giving them a $35-$40 vig. Materials alone, this is probably like what, $3 a material? Like, let's be real. What it is the stitching. I think that's what you're paying for. It's got all these weird stitches. And the purple one, I don't know if I mentioned it, but some of the insulation was poking out. It was like they had rushed it or something, or gave it to a newbie. These stitches seem a little bit better. The baffles, the half baffles, or whatever you want to call them. Not much to write home about, man. It's not something I would give to a friend, unless they said hey, I love that super strand. It's like, oh, you like it? That's weird. Okay, here you go. All right, so this is a double XL. It's a down jacket. It's the baffles. It's got the baffles, so it's a box baffle. So older down jackets, the way they would stitch them, it would just be like it's the undulating classic down look of rows, and then you got your stitch, but that stitch would let out air and it would get cold, and it just wasn't good. So then they made boxes and then filled it with down so that there's no cold spots along the seams. This is another jacket that I depended on while I was homeless, and it worked. It held up. I couldn't do any significant work in it. It would get soaked, and it was difficult. It took a lot of money. One thing too is like, if you have your own washer and dryer, and I think I have like two different opinions. I have the opinion of if I'm a yuppie at home or if I'm a vagrant. And if I'm a vagrant, I worrying about cleaning it and then drying it. Like that's just it's money and time, which you have enough of if you're chilling at home, you throw it in the dryer. But if you're out and about and you like don't have money, like okay, if you have money, that's cool, go to the laundromat. But if you don't have money, then you got to figure out how to get the money to go to the laundromat and clean this thing. And I guess for most of you that's not going to be relevant, but it was relevant for me when I was wearing this. And so this thing started to stink like bad, and I was just getting looks everywhere I went. And it was like, man, like I'm sorry. Like I'm really sorry. Like I don't want to be stinky. Like I'm a clean boy, dude. Like I'm really clean. I love taking baths. My favorite thing about a house is the bathroom. I I would if I could if I'm like Sims modulating everything, I'm going to turn the bathroom into the biggest like the living room. It's going to be the biggest part of the house. And then I'll have my little twin bed and a little, sink or whatever. But no, I love bathrooms. So down gets kind of smelly, and then it compresses, and you have to maintain it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Down is a material, obviously, that you have to keep maintaining. So that's why I keep coming back to the concept of like, what did they do before they had all this technology and money and time? Like the Eskimos, what are they doing? And it's pretty obvious what they're doing. They're taking the skin and they're flipping it inside. So their shell is the skin, and then inside's the fur. Uh, and I think that concept needs to be translated into the modern era in a way that has all of the previous benefits, where there should be an accommodation for dealing with microbes. There should be an accommodation for dealing with soaking wet environments that stay wet. So you have to be warm when you're wet the whole fucking time. And then it also should dump water, the ideal middle ground. I think we can get to it. I think there's a way to get to it. But down is not the material. This is a material more so to save your life if you're at camp and you're static. That's where this comes in. And I've also noticed that this is the layer that goes on last. This isn't a layer that you really want to be on the inside, and then you put a shell on top. And so it rapidly loses its effect the moment you put a compressive shell on top. I don't have a shell big enough to allow this to be the full expression of what it is without a shell. But the external layer does a decent enough job of shedding water. It does wet out. It really was. And this is the Pertex Quantum Pro, they call it. So, I don't know, man. It's another plastic trash bag material with a little bit of ridges for durability, I guess. Um, what do I say about this? You dry it on hot with like another like heavy towel in there, or two towels. You don't have to use tennis balls. Like what are we talking about? You don't have to have it on low the whole time. Like just tumble dry it on hot. Like don't complicate it, please. Because there's a certain amount of sanitization that you have to do, man. When you wash it, when this thing gets stinky and you wash it on hot, it's still the feathers really, really hold on to whatever bacteria they got. Especially when you first get this, when you first get a down jacket and you sweat in it, you'll smell like a dead bird. Like you have to really work and sweat in this, and then you have to really wash it, double wash, double dry. Then you finally get your jacket. But by that time, the color's kind of faded. This was a really nice marigold, like the zipper. You can see what it was. The zipper is that darker color that it once was. Not too much to say, man. It's a down jacket. I got this I should mention also a lot of these jackets are like again, I'm not looking for something to throw my money away on. It's more so I know what I need. I needed a double XL down jacket, and I happened to be scrolling and see that Outdoor Research had like a stupid sale. This was the last one they had, and I forget what I spent on it, but it was I got this for a song. I think I got it for like 110, maybe something like that, and they retail it for like what 550 or something. So I'm happy. Like I'm so happy. And I think that's also why my opinion on this is like really conciliatory. It gets it gets it gets a lot done, and I just stuck it. I guess it's Bayo proof a little bit because I just not Bayo proof. But enough. I didn't ruin the jacket. I just kind of poked it. Um, let's see. Let's zip this bad boy up. You know, if you're like climbing Mount Everest, if you're climbing Mount Everest, you're probably gonna want to throw this bad boy on top of whatever you've already got, and then you'll be good. Um, yeah. What can I say? Oh, it comes with a little packable bag that you can stuff it into. That's another great thing. Down doesn't really like stay good if you keep it compressed. So I never keep this thing compressed. I always want it to be as lofty as possible. Because once it starts compressing on itself, it stays compressed, and then you have to like do another dry cycle. You have to throw it in the dryer or something to poof it back up. Man, look at this. The shoulders. Again, they cut the shoulders like they're doing now, where there's no seam on the top. It's for like carrying a backpack, so the seam doesn't rip right around here. Um, yeah, pretty good jacket, man. It's also kind of like the jacket that I'll throw on if I want to wear like t-shirts and a short and it's like freezing. It's almost like a bathrobe almost, except for going outside. All right. All right, so this is a Smart wool jacket. I'm really happy with this. Very, very, very happy with this. I guess we'll start with the buttons on the front. They snap together. I'm really happy they do that. I would not be happy with a zipper, and I think I might have to do something with this button concept where it's the riveted snap buttons. These things have held up really well. This is large. Back to the larges. Um, yeah. What I mean, it's a wool jacket. You need a wool jacket. This does a really good job of wicking. It does a pretty decent job of poofing, and it does a great job of being warm when you're wet, especially if you combine this with any of the shells, even the helium. This with any of the shells, it feels really good. Um, I think I wouldn't include these double breast pockets. Not only do they feel cheap or like easily broken, but they don't really. They almost get in the way when you put something else over it. And I'm not the type to keep anything in my breast pocket anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. and they look kind of goofy having a double breast pocket. Like, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I would personally not want that. Um, the cuffs have held up. They do a double button on the cuff, so you can open it up and there's like this vent right here, or you can fully seal it. Uh, None of the stitches have broke. None of this might be a little, there might be a little piling right here, but that might even be from like me putting this in with some Velcro. Something else with Velcro in the dryer. Like I wouldn't really hold that. It's not bad, dude. It's like mild, super mild piling. Um I've washed it a million times. I've done things you shouldn't do. Washing it on hot, drying it on hot, done a lot. I've done a lot you should not be doing with this. And I think if I had to start picking and choosing, I would have to have this. And then I would have to put my other wool sweater. So those would be this and my wool sweater. That's like the ultimate poof base layer because it's wool. It stays warm when it's wet. It handles microbes very well. And the other thing about wool that you kind of have to understand is that a lot of people will complain that it feels itchy, and wool does feel itchy if it's freshly washed and dried and has no oils in it whatsoever. But the moment you start wearing it and getting your natural body oils into the actual wool, it starts returning to the material that like our ancestors would use. Whereas when it's overly washed and dry, it turns into like a almost like a raw material that isn't the final product. So I think people judge wool off of that raw material aspect where it's like too dry, itchy, doesn't it just seems like a bad idea. And you're like, wool, oh, isn't that like not durable at all? And wool is less durable than any of these plastics, but I've abused it. I've fucked this up, and it's fine, man. Like if anything, it'll probably rip right at the elbow, and that's where the patches come in. But everything else is held up very well. And if you need a wool type of like, you can wear this anywhere. You can in town, around. This is probably one of the ones to get. But yeah, a wool jacket is 100% mandatory. There's no hood on it, but I don't want a hood. I like the collar. I like the way that it goes up. Dude, one-handed can't be done. Okay. My neck is too thick. Can't. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. All right. All right, you get the idea. It's a wool jacket. Man, I want to add more. Like I want to say something intelligent about this. But I don't think there's anything I could tell you that you don't already know. Um let's see. What do I want? I want this but made by who is it? Woolworth, Woolrich, one of that one. And then there's a Mackinac one. That I've been looking at for it. But again, it's like personally, I'm not the person that has $500 for another jacket. But maybe for Christmas, but like it's just like you just gotta like be smart. And I've got so many that at this point it's like what I want is almost not relevant. So the primo expensive Gucci version of this, I want it. And if you can get it, I think you should get it. But I also don't feel like this the middle of the road. I don't feel like I'm ass out in the wind. I feel like I got what I needed and what I wanted out of Wool Jacket, and the extra 3 hundo, 4 hundo that would have went into it, I'm not sure there would be that much of an improvement. It'd probably be, definitely an improvement, thicker. Maybe they like doubled up the stitching or something. Uh, but this fits the bill. This accomplishes the goal of a wool jacket. It's kind of like a nice wool fall type of thing. All right, let's move on. Next Carhartt. Dude, we're getting to the end of it. Finally. Oh my god. All right, so this is shit, I need to drink water. I need some tea, dude. All right, so this is an Indian Carhartt. This is made after they sold out. So I think this is probably a good representation of maybe what you're gonna get nowadays. Even though I bought this 2 or 3 years ago, so I don't know if it's going. I don't know if it's gone even further downhill. But this is an alright jacket. But it's not exactly what it used to be. The classic Carhartt material, the duck. This is probably the second most abrasion resistant. The first is the green one that I have. But this has that extra looseness that you really, really want, especially if you're outside and you're working in the bullshit. As you can see, I roll my cuffs, which I like doing. I usually expect my cuffs to be the first thing to get wet or dirty. And so being able to get it away from your wrist like this and having a free wrist, this is a really big deal. So my jacket is going to be built around the concept of it's perfect either way, where the cinch is going to be totally cinched and perfect and supporting the sleeve. And then if you want to roll it back, it'll have planned creases or stitching so that when you do roll it, it almost turns into a second cuff. I want this internal stitch to, when I roll it back, I want it to be as reinforced as the external. Because this seems like the first spot that anything's going to break down. Let's see. What does it look like when the sleeves are undone? This is a really good aspect of it. When the sleeves are undone, you get that extra bit of, like, when it's freezing and windy out and you gotta, like, you gotta do this. It kind of hoods over your hand. It's like a hand hood, as you can see. There's like a lot of extra wide room in there. I really like that. I think that's an essential aspect of this jacket is this cuff design. It's super wide, reinforced, and I don't know, even the look of it. It accentuates the look of the Carhartt. And as you can see, the internal is the brown that it was when I bought it. All right. The hood. The hood is very stable, and it does the Carhartt thing where it's like rigid on the back, and they give you a ton. They give you a ton of extra room. It's really wide and really tall, and unlike my Rain Defender hoodie, it's got that big front deck of a hood. As you can see, the unlike the other one, the zipper stops pretty low. I think this is good for certain aspects where I will notice that it vents really well, but it lets in debris in a way that I really am not I'm not happy with it, man. It like lets shit in, and it almost like it anchors the jacket right here up at the top, but it's a bit of a compromise, just in the fact that it like lets little shit in, which makes me think I might be misinformed, or like the my concepting phase, I think, is hitting a wall where I think I want the visual of an opening right here, or like the collar going low, just because it looks nice. But I think I want the functionality of a zipper or a cinching or closing mechanism that goes basically all the way to my throat. I want to I want to cross that moat and get both things. I want the lower part of the jacket to end low, and then maybe an internal sleeve layer that optionally will go up and kind of gator your neck if you really need that. Because this does not do a good job of gatoring the neck. If it's a blizzard, freezing, pissing, really bad shit, you'll just every once in a while be like, whoop, little, and then eventually this area gets soaked on the inside for almost no good reason. I can't imagine, other than maybe like a constructive aspect where maybe it's more durable if you prematurely end the zipper length and don't go all the way to the top of your neck. But I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. I love this jacket. I really do. I got it. It was $100. So it's all right. I feel like it really is $100 jacket. There every once in a while you'll get $100 jacket and you'll be like, wow, this is punching way above its weight class. Or you'll get $100 jacket and you'll be like, man, I got hoed, dude. They fucked me. They spit in my mouth. They got my money. But this one, it's like, no. Benji for this, they're like equivalent. Maybe if you go back in time and you say, yeah, it's $100 for one jacket, they'd laugh you out of the room. But it's 2026. Shit. The dollar's worth less and less every day. So you got to kind of always be modulating. What is a Benji worth? What's really a Benji worth? Right now, it feels like a Benji's worth a good Carhartt made in India. A Benji's worth a SIG 320 made in India. What else is a Benji worth? A Benji is 3 Yetis. I feel like that would be you get 3 Yetis for a Benji. That's what it should be. But instead you get 2 or 3 little ones. Ammo. What's a Benji worth in ammo? X-Tech 193. Probably 150 rounds. No. Is it that bad? Oh man, 200. Is that where we're at, bro? Fuck. Okay, back to what we were talking about. This is unlike the green one. They're both extremely durable, yet this is the fireproof-ish version of the nylon one, where the nylon one, if you got that one, if you got like a big ember on it, it might catch, or it just might melt and kind of turn into like a hunk of plastic. This, I think you could like launch flames at this and it would eat it. Especially if the plan is to wax this particular one, because whenever I'm wearing this, I'm never really looking for this to be breathable. I almost want this to be a turtle shell. It even kind of looks like a turtle shell. Or like if a bear could put an external layer on. I think I'm gonna wax this. That'll be the goal for this. And if the waxing process does or doesn't work, I'll then try it on the green one next. But the green one has a breathability aspect of it that I know I need it. This one doesn't, and it's that blend of cotton and maybe it's polyester. What are they? I'll look. They've blended this though. The stitching on the inside of the stitch, I'm gonna copy this. I think the way they do it 3 times, and then the way it's like they double it back and then weave it in, and then they stitch it down the middle. I don't know. I'll look it up, but I'm going to copy that. Again, the seam, they put the seam right at the top of the shoulder. I think I will do what the other one did, where the seam goes pretty far behind. We'll see. We'll do a little bit of testing. It's going to be something that I'm going to be extremely interested in. These pockets they're all right. I don't know. I think one of these jackets I've lost stuff just because the pocket is so unreliable. Oh. Is it the supersane? No. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But these pockets seem reliable. The zipper itself, I think, is still brass. I think that's good. It's like their heavyweight. It's the most heavyweight zipper out of any of them. The other one's a plastic one, but this is the metal one. Now, the internal lining that they did, it does, I mean, it fits a gun. I don't know, my holster's somewhere, but, you know, it holds a gun, like, whatever. And it's got a zipper pocket on the inside. And then it's got this 3M Thinsulate, they call it. The Thinsulate. And they quilted it a little bit. So I think I'm going to take this concept where it comes with its own internal liner. And, you know, there's always that back and forth of should the liner be removable? Should the liner zip into itself? You know, and where do you draw the line? What is the liner optional or is the liner part of the jacket? And I think I know what I want at this point. I want the liner to be part of the jacket. I don't want the jacket to be like a constant. You know, I have one of those, and one of the oldest jackets I have is a Columbia, and I'll have to find that. That's somewhere. That probably should have been the start. So I think I'll either start this video or end this video with that jacket. But that jacket's 20 years old at this point, and that was back when they were doing the Omni Heat. It was 15 years old. They're doing the Omni Heat where it was like they put like a reflective layer on the inside. And the liner was removable, so it was like a liner vest on the inside of their poof. And then the shell was like a 600D Cordura, somewhere around there. And that was a really good jacket. It was a jacket you had to keep reapplying the DWR if you wanted it to stay waterproof. But even if you didn't, it still worked pretty well as a winter jacket. This, I think this is just a standard work jacket that can flex into being a ski jacket if you felt like it. It can flex into being a lot of things, but what it can't do is this is not a camp jacket. This is not an indefinitely sustainable jacket. There's a lot of fail points on this that aren't construction related, but material related. Whereas, like, it's not going to fall apart, but this ribbing on the bottom gets fucking wet and soaked, and it takes a pretty good effort to dry that shit out. In general, this thing, once it gets wet, it's a brick. It soaks up water so hard. So it's not something you would want to wear on like a boat or anything. It's pretty limited, and I don't think I'm going to copy too much from it, other than the way that they stitched the hood into this inside, the top part of the jacket. I think I'm gonna borrow from that heavy. I'm gonna borrow from how wide it is, and then just the concept of it. Kind of the hood almost supports itself. I want my hood to maybe cut in where this is a little bit more viewable, increase the viewport, and then also have some sort of internal skeleton support to keep the hood up, so I can turn my head, and it's almost like it just functions as an an immovable visor that it doesn't matter that it's immovable because it's cut in a way where like when I turn my head, I see what I need to see. Same thing with the back. They do the Carhartt hood. It's a flat piece. And then they split it down the middle. And I think that holds on to your head much better. I think when you make a hood with the flat part in the middle and then you drape it off the seams off the side, that's also another thing I'm going to copy. I don't like hoods where they do that. They like pinch up in the back right here. I really, really, really do not like that. But yeah, overall, this is a great jacket. I would recommend this if you're on a budget and you just need to get to work. It's this or the green one. It's pick your poison, put them on, see what you like, but probably the green one above this one. But I got this because I wanted the Carhartt look, and that sounds kind of lame to say, but I knew it was made in India, and I knew that they had kind of cheaped out on the materials. So it was like I knew what I was getting when I got it, and it still works pretty well. And I'd probably give it to anybody. Not feel bad about it. Let's see. Okay, we're coming up. We have 3 jackets left. Let's get to it. All right, we're on. We're rolling. We're rolling. We're rolling. We're rolling. Hello. Mic check. Mic check. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where I left off, but I'm just gonna try to hit the ground running. We're coming up on the last couple of jackets. This is the Outdoor Research Allies Colossus. It's a, what is it? Yeah, it's a double XL. I'm pretty happy I got the double XL. My buddy has the multicam Alpine version of this in the XL, and it's a really nice jacket. But it doesn't really function as a parka when you get in an XL. If you're kind of like a normal sized dude, like it kind of functions more as like a, just a great winter coat in the XL version. The double XL kind of provides that extra little bit of wiggle room with your poofs. All right, yeah. So the Outdoor Research Colossus Parka, pretty happy with it. The external material is a less durable version of the Obsidian pants. It seems like across the board they're doing that kind of ripply nylon where it's very resistant, but it has the slightest bit of give to it. So this thing, I've run into a couple pricklies with this, and it hasn't shredded. It feels fairly durable, but this is still a pretty cheap jacket. I'm gonna be honest. Like as far as like just raw quality of this jacket, MSRP I think they get away with selling them to the government for like $580. I'm sure it's like $600 with tax. Oh, you okay? It's probably $600 with tax. But I got this. I think I got this on sale half off. It was like $200, something like that. So it's like a $200 jacket to me. And again, Outdoor Research is cheap Patagonia. So this is not a shell by any means, and this is not a layer that can really do too much for deep cold. It kind of looks like it's made for as the parka for deep cold, but this is really just more of a winter jacket. The closest comparison would be the Corinthia, which is definitely something that I really want. Corinthia makes like a really nice copy of this. I'll try to find a picture of it. But that retails for about $400. So I think I'm gonna get that next in Alpine, and I think I'm gonna still stick with the double XL. I can really put a lot of fill layers in here to kind of push this into a static roll. And also, the moment you put a nice Gore-Tex shell onto this, it's the perfect combo. So I think at this point, I think I really want to open myself up to the purpose of these videos are to open up a discussion about the poof and the shell. Obviously, I'm gonna circle the drain 1,000 more times, and if you don't like it, like I get it, I totally get it. But the purpose of this is to develop the best combo of the two, the best poof and the best shell. And this, in combination with a very thin, and I'll put it on, I'm going to start comboing these, because the whole purpose of this was to start comboing the jackets and, you know, really like nail down the exact qualities of the two spreadsheets. When you weave the spreadsheets together, what are the real standouts? So top tier real standout for me is you take your 3-layer Gore-Tex triple XL shell, double XL shell. This is double XL, so these are 2 double XLs, and you find some sort of ultimate parka like this, where as you can see, they maintained a really good shelf on the hood. This thing blocks all blizzard activity. I know this hood has me covered. The same thing with the cinch around it. When you really start pulling the cinches on this thing, you feel wonderfully protected. And when I say cheap, in some ways I kind of mean that in a good way. Where this jacket, you could theoretically, if you wanted to start overthinking this jacket, you could start being like, okay, why is the external material not 1000D Cordura? Why is it not the thickest material we have? It's like, well, we're, again, ultimate engineers. We get to pick what we want. This is a compromise on one shade more durable than the Patagonia powder jacket, basically. And it's also maybe 3 or 4 shades more waterproof inherently than that jacket without DWR. I washed this jacket a lot, and I put no DWR on it because I'm really curious, you know, how does it perform without the DWR? And also, when you put DWR on it, you reduce the permeability and the breathability. And I'm putting this inside my Gore-Tex shell anyway, so I like maintaining the ultimate poof aspect of this. They did line it with the Pertex, but there's something about when you build a jacket on the inside with all Pertex, inside and outside, like the down jacket, the box baffle, you know, I was saying it traps a lot of moisture in, so, you know, it can kind of get a little sticky in there. Whereas this external material that's very breathable is also inside the jacket, and it lines a lot of the connective seams. And thinking back on it now, I think that's the distinction that I really want to bring into my jacket is this material, and I'll pull out the obsidians, is super valuable as far as like an interstitial material, a way to bond shell and internal. It's got a little bit of stretch. It's also very durable, and it breathes really well. So I'm thinking this would go inside gussets. It could go inside elbows, and we'll get into that. I'll show you. But so this jacket is exclamated 1,000 times the moment I put the shell on, and it fits perfectly. So yeah, as you can see, we are completely sealed right now. Like this is the absolute not peak, but almost one of my favorite optimizations where I can do a lot of cardio in this, get really sweaty, especially if I combo this with the capline. Any temperature I can handle. Like legit any temperature, any condition, it's 100% doable. And then you combo that up with, you get the right glove. So any gauntlet will do. I think a key thing to the gauntlets working is I'm going to have to trim this, or you commit to feeding it through so you never lose it. But I never really commit to that. I don't put the gloves on first. So I'm torn. This thing just gets in the way. I don't know. That's for a different thing. But the gauntlets in combination with the silk gloves, I feel fairly capable, and I've gone down to brutal bitter cold with this. The gloves are also Gore-Tex, but I think it's a really thin. These things do get a little soggy, but they're pretty good. I think any winter glove will do. I don't think you really have to think about it too much, other than really check the quality of the palm leather. You can get really cheap ones. Like there's Leather Wells Lamont that'll do really well if you soak them in the wax. You heat up some wax and soak them in. So there's always a cheaper, older version of all this stuff. And in a lot of ways when I'm wearing this, I feel like an alien on this planet. Like I feel totally disconnected from, in a good way, in like a climate controlled, like this is almost like wearing an air conditioner unit when you're, especially if you're really working, just the way this breathes, like, especially if you get the right head balaclava. One thing that I do like doing is if you have to wear a helmet, that's when you start running into issues. So one thing that I like doing if I have to wear a helmet is obviously your helmet should have ideally some sort of rain liner that you can put over it so that sheds it off. Whether it's a scram, whatever you want to do, you should have some sort of way to get the rain to just roll off your helmet instead of getting inside your head and soaking. And, especially if you have like comms or anything like that. But one thing that I like doing, if you're not doing anything super involved, just if you have an old cashmere sweater or even wool sweater, it doesn't really matter. You can use that as a neck gaiter and then tie the sleeves around your head, and it turns into almost the perfect half balaclava that you can then turn into a full balaclava. You just roll it over. And I would say that's even better than that fleece big hood that I have over there. But there's always a cheaper, better way to do things. And so my jacket, I think, is not going to be that. I can't. The desire is there to make it as simple and old school as possible. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to limit myself all the way. I just want to take what worked back then and mix it with what I know works now, and kind of try and marry the two. So one of those aspects is I know I need a zipper that's rubberized, seals, is skeletal. It provides strength and support. But also, I I have broken enough zippers that I think there's got to be a middle ground between the button, the zipper, and the Velcro, where the zipper can function in a way on backpacks where it almost holds in if you overstuff it, but zipping it over that overstuffing is not ideal. In a way where Velcro can be pulled over, like on pants, I would prefer Velcro collapsing knees and down by the boots. I prefer Velcro like far above buttons, any drawstrings, bungees, anything like that. I really don't like bungees on my pants. Similarly, I don't like bungees on coats. I've broken a couple just at the waistline, especially. When you have to draw in your waistline with a bungee, now maybe it's really up to me to know the limits of the gear, but I don't want to be limited by the gear. And one of those limits is it'll snap in the wash if you leave it cinched. So uncinch your drawstring, obviously. But then it also kind of will just form a natural wear point at your most used spot and eventually fray if there's a little dangly. And then eventually one side will go. And then now you've got a bad bungee. And bungees are easy to replace, but the idea that it's going to break is not something that I don't really want to be around that for a jacket that I'm going to make. So, let's see. What do I like about the poof shell on this is fantastic. Never failed me. I love this. Like I can't glaze it any harder. The Allies parka and any similarly constructed, I'm sure the Arc'teryx version of that is amazing. But they don't sell that to civilians or citizens or whatever. They don't. The multicam, it's very compliant, and I got it. I was lucky to get it, but their next round when they do the sale, you have to have Fed ID, which is kind of annoying. That's like so lame. And they don't sell a multicam to the public anymore. It's just a flat Ranger green. And the gray, I think. So I don't like that, but yeah, you gotta find your poof and shell. And for now, this poof and this shell, I have yet to beat it. So if I were to introduce the 1000D Cordura, that would almost probably be obnoxiously heavy if it were to be the same cut as this coat. If I didn't take into account the waistband and the cinching of the wrist, which I think I can hold up the weight of the jacket by taking the concept of a hip belt, putting it on your wrists and the hip, and then also bringing in some trench coat ideas because you have to go past your butt, you have to go past your front right here. And then also, I wear bibs if the weather calls for it. So I don't think a jacket should be taken into an area where it's trying to do what a bib does. It should never do that. A jacket should almost always respect the waistline. And then anything past the waistline needs to be more open than the waist, if that makes sense. So I think I would have a different waist profile on this. I think I would bloom it out a little bit more, and then the cinch would be closer to the true waistline. What else? What else about this combo? This combo is great. It feels like, the exact purpose of all the gear and all the time wasted and all the extra bullshit. I've finally come to the final plateau of yuppie Gore-Tex core culture, and it's a parka and a Gore-Tex shell, and that's it. There's nothing complicated to it. I think in total it's like less than like 800 for both of these. So it's not that much. But if you were to do it cheaper, you could do it cheaper. This is really just any trash bag plastic. Like even a trash bag. Like even a trash bag would do the same fucking thing. And you just stuff it with a bunch of plastic poof. So it's not like this is like the pinnacle of engineering or anything. Which I don't think I don't want to tell myself I'm going to do that either. I'm not trying to be like a radical engineer with this. It's more kind of like with pistols, where everybody's got a pistol, put it in a pile, they're all Browning, tilting action, polymer striker fire pistols. Like just build a pile of those. They're all the same. So then what's the real feature set that you care about? It's going to have to be feature dependent. You don't show up and get something with none of the features and then add them later. You don't have to do that anymore. So all the features that I want revolve around holding the jacket up, breathing, and being supremely durable. So I think I have to cut up those obsidians, and those have to be the bond points. The shell is the cordura, and then the webbing and internals are going to be a wool liner that is woven into all of the seams, so it's not committed to being a poof, and has enough room to be filled with your parka. I think that's where I'm going to go with it. I don't want to do all this work on the shell and then be like, okay, also everything about the parka, including the stuff, including like, however many grams of Primaloft, like that'll be a separate endeavor. This is more of, I just want a cool looking bomber jacket, basically. I think that's really all I have to say. I want a cool jacket that does everything I want it to and isn't devoted to being like what I already have. Because I'll have this for a long ass time. I don't imagine this breaking. So I don't have to mimic this. I've already checked this box. And then with these two other ones, it's like, okay, what do you want to really get out of a shell? I think I've like beaten this coat to death in that, like, what else is there to talk about other than the thing that's been finally perfected, Pertex on the inside, or some other really, really nice Primaloft, really nice polyester, and then there's like that weird, stretchy, this fabric right here, which is very abrasive, but also very breathable, and then on top of that is the Gore-Tex, and then on top of that is this 3-layer nylon. So there's like 8 layers in here. I'm going to cut out 6 of them and focus on the external shell part. Yeah, and I don't have to be as good as this. I think that's also the point of everything here. I don't want to be as good as this, because I really don't think I know enough to pull off taped seams like that. I mean, perhaps if I really went for it, but this is a great jacket, and when you double it up and it turns into, this is now the jacket. Both of these together kind of turn into an Exodia of sorts, and I'm not limited to this particular Exodia. Like, watch this. All right, let's say you just felt like LARPing, like let's say you just you just had to put like a quick little chest rig on, for like no reason in part, like just for funsies, just like no reason in particular. Um, you just gotta put a little something on. But the issue is it's freezing, right? All right, let's say it's like really cold. Like it's just freezing. It's like it's bitter cold. But you have to have abrasion resistance for quite some time. So now nominally 50/50 Nyko is no bueno. I think a lot of people can really agree that 50/50 Nyko really is kind of a no bueno material, especially when you start dabbling in a lot of the higher, fancier materials, or even simply just demanding 65% nylon is, I would say, a much better material than 50/50. But 50/50 Nyko has the one ability to just be like stupidly resilient to like abrasion. Like this combined with my parka, I know I can run through the woods in the brush and it's not going to rip apart, and I can do that for a long time. And also when you have to put like extra gear on, that abrasion alone, needs to be managed for. So just for like a quick little, like you're just walking around in the woods, but it's cold, and maybe you need like a little bit of, you need like a little extra something. I like the hoodie concept, the no zipper, the way too big, and you got all your pockets, and I got my little chest pocket in the middle. I can fit one really big raccoon in the front pocket. And then there's pockets back here. I can fit a couple squirrels in the back. And then I can fit a couple squirrels in the other one. I could fit a couple squirrels up here. Also, I can hold, really like whatever I want in these pockets. Theoretically, a radio, if you had friends, you could use. But yeah, no, the 50/50 Nyko hoodie is a huge meme. It really is. It's like an airsoft meme. We got to be real honest with that. But if we take it into kind of a fun area, I get everything I want out of this, and I know it can take fire just that little bit more than plastic. I can put this out a little bit faster than I can plastic. And also I can wax this. I don't know if I'm going to wax it just yet because the breathability of this 50/50 is, sometimes that's questionable. In the dead of summer, like when you're wearing 50/50, if it's too thick, it's not really going to breathe. But for whatever reason, this being a double XL hoodie, on top of a poof layer, it really goes to that extra little bit of I can run. And the way I test this too is I go and skateboard and rollerblade in this shit in the winter when the roads are clear. Sometimes the roads will be dry enough that you can go and skate in the middle of winter. And so I'll go do that and I'll like mix and match. And I've noticed this combo is one of those infinitely sustainable combos where you can be sopping wet freezing, horrible, windy cold. And what will happen is the external layer of this will get wet and then it'll freeze over. And then you'll start dumping like steam out the middle because the inner layer will let off. It was enough plastic, enough nylon that it kind of creates like a nice greenhouse on the inside and it starts venting the steam. So I really enjoy this combo. What am I going to take from this hoodie? I don't think I need a kangaroo pouch on the one I'm going to put together. The internal lining of this hoodie, they separated it into a pure polyester material that's already falling apart. So that just goes to tell you, like, polyester is one of those materials that it should probably be avoided if there's something else that can replace it. I feel like polyesters are for, mass produced. If you had to buy a coat for 1 million people, okay, polyesters, okay, like I guess. But if you're making one coat, like man, I've got enough of that shit, dude. Like I'm so done with poly coats, man. So that's why after this plastic coat, it's going to be all natural, and there's going to be no plastics. I think that'll be the limiting factor. But because I have this really high bonded thread, is really, really strong, it will rip through the lower grade polyesters. I just know it will. So I really can't use polyester. I almost have to use pant material, which is what I consider this to be. I almost consider this hoodie to be made out of pant material. I know they make field shirts out of this, and they do this in a smaller size, kind of functions as a field hoodie almost. But I don't think I would ever want that because I want it to come off. And a small hoodie, it's difficult to get off. But if you consider this hoodie as a shell, it comes off real easy. And it also it does this thing where it retains the poof on the inside. So whatever you fill it with, it'll come with it as you take it off. But yeah, I got this hoodie from 0241 Tactical. They contract with China, and so they put in like little custom orders. So that's what this chest rig is. I'm just putting the 0241 shit on, just for funsies. And then they've got the Marpat, and this is 50/50 Nyko. It's basically these are just Rothko pants, standard Rothko pants. Like you all have them. I've got a million of them. They're kind of like Fed specs. They didn't do what the Fed specs do. Fed specs they've got that internal bungee layer that kind of expands with you, and I like that too. I like an internal layer that expands to meet the user and is only in places where it would be truly useful, such as in the waist, in the right spot, and not bunched up so you don't feel it. You can't feel it with the belt over it. It has to be like part of the inherent design structure. So I'm thinking my waist on my jacket could somewhere have a similar elastic, but I want the elastic to be durable, and that's the problem with elastic. So it's like round and round we go. I don't think I can use some sort of spandex unless it was... Man, we'll have to really get into that because the waist is the prime mover of the jacket I'm going to make. This waist, it doesn't go that far, but it's good enough. I don't think this is worth... the hoodie I think was, I don't know, something stupid. It was like $250 or whatever. And I know you could go and get this like sewn, for like $40, $50. I have no idea. But I'm glad I got it, and it's held up, and it's got buttons, so it's replaceable, and it's exactly what I wanted. And I wish I had gotten two. I wish I had gotten the Marpat Tiger. Because Marpat Tiger, another thing, when you're making your camo, you should have a fabric paint marker. You should just bust your shit up. Whenever the weather changes, you can do a lot with just a fabric paint marker, man. And if you know a little bit about berry compliant spray paints and stencils, you can do a crazy amount of work. Like one inspiration that I've had for the green jacket that I haven't had the balls to do, but I think this summer I should probably go for it, is turn the green jacket into, whatever Vietnam tiger stripe, but green dominant tiger stripe, not the black dominant. I think because it's a base green, just like this is a base brown, the chest trig's a base brown. Uh, you know, a lot of the clothes when you get them, a lot of these clothes start off as FDE. They just come blank from the factory in FDE because FDE is just the raw textile base of 50/50, and so they can do a lot with that. Um, where was I going, dude? Oh yeah, spray paint your clothes, man. Like for real, spray paint one of your jackets. And I shouldn't be. Maybe you think I don't have any room to talk, but I'll show you the spray painted backpack frame, and I'm trying to get everything to match with my spray paint. So this summer coming up, I know exactly what design I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a totally coherent camo design all the way through. It's basically gonna be Marpat Tiger, essentially. Shit. Does that tell me that doesn't look good? But that's just my area. In your area, it's going to be your area specific. So I think I've yip-yapped about the hoodie enough. We're going to move on to the final shell. And this is just the surplus shell. I think this really is the shell to get if you're on a budget, man, and you want to be hanging with the big dogs. Like you want to be, you're a big dog in training. Get an Equix. They should be $70. You should get one for $75. If you see one for $175, they're hoeing you on the Benji. It's still worth it, but it's like an $80 jacket, maybe, so let's bust that shit on. And that's the final jacket. Now, I have wanted one of these for a long time, and I've just never, it was like farting around getting one. And then finally I saw one for, and it was the last one, it was a medium short. So it was for, it was for like a little girl, in an Abrams crew. So it's a shell parka, but it's so small on me, it's just a regular jacket. And I think I really like that. It's kind of weird, but it's like it was meant as a really big shell. Like the ones for the dudes, the big dudes, that's a whole external winter shell. And it's legit. It's good as fuck. It's like basically that purple Patagonia. It's basically that, but in camo. And from early 2000s, early 90s. So if you can get your hands on a surplus ECWCS, you're hanging with the big dogs. And you're not lacking anywhere. Absolutely nowhere in this shell. And I'm willing to take this so far as to say, if you find a dirt cheap Equix that's in AOR1, you have to get it. If it's in the shittiest UCP, you can get that and either dye it or spray paint it and hang with the big dogs. And dyed UCP hits really hard. So you can dye it green and then spray paint over that, like a nice black tiger stripe over that. Or you dye it really nice, like mid-tone coyote. And you can do anything with that. You can basically turn it into almost like a Digimarpat multicam type thing. There's a lot you can do with it. So I'm just saying, if you want to go winter camping and you want to go outside in the bitter cold, you can do it for very, very, very cheaply, dude. All you need is some sort of durable nylon shell of some sort. Even if that's basically trash bag material, but please don't. Make sure it's like you can drag maybe like a knife across the edge of it. That type of nylon. And then some sort of poof, preferably a wool poof with the wool fishnet base layer. And that's probably like maybe at most, if you really cheaped out, you could probably get that for like $60 at a thrift shop. For maybe even cheaper, maybe $20. If you really like spent your time waiting, you could really maximize yourself. So don't feel like any of any jacket is out of your reach. It's probably not. Um, yes. All right. So end of the road, we have the Honorable Equix. Now, as you can see, this fits me like a regular ass jacket. This is and a little short on the arms, but I fucking love this jacket. I think I'm gonna wear this jacket until the wheels fall off. I have finally hit the peak of Jacket Kingdom, okay? And this shit was in the Iraq invasion, and a woman wore it, and she was on an Abrams crew. Uh, and I know this because her name's written on the inside, and then I like typed it in, and I was like, oh my god, there it is. And there's a picture of this jacket, and she's on top of an Abrams in Iraq. So it's like, and I know that because like I could like see, I was like, oh shit, wow, that's crazy. Uh, so yeah, I didn't like, you know, like go find her or anything. Like it's weird. But yeah, you gotta rip off the name tags. You gotta like, anonymize it or whatever. But I figured like that's cool. And then I also figured, I guess if she had like some sort of like nostalgic aspect to this, if she wanted it back, I'd definitely give it back to her. Like she earned it. Like definitely, this is not mine. This is hers. This is like a part of history, and I'm like, it's just kind of cool that like in the old days you wouldn't really know who had what, but now with picture evidence and like you can like just look up stuff. It's like I had it in like 5 seconds. I was like, oh shit, there's that jacket. That's crazy. Because it's like the platoon setup of it's just like so the history of it's like right there. Um, and so like who knows what happened while like who knows what she saw, dude? Like that's so crazy. I'd love to hear a story of like if she was like, yeah, it was so cold, but then I put my Equix on and I was happy. Like, that's what this jacket. There's like an aura to this jacket. So this is like oozing out of it. It's like dumping out of this jacket. Like this jacket has been places, bro. Like this jacket has more fucking lore than me. Uh, so you have to get one, dude. You have to get, especially the M81 Equix. Like, come on, while you still can. I every winter I think I'm gonna buy one of these. Like no bullshit. Every winter I'm coming home with one of these. I'm gonna like look it up and find. I want the one that would I would get if it was really for me, and I think that would be like maybe like a triple XL. I'd be crazy with it, and then I'd like trim it down where I wanted to and like pull things back. But again with the Velcro wrists, this is so secure. I really want this beefiness on the wrists in my jacket. I think I want it's similar to this material, but this material is clearly like impossibly durable. Like you could be like banging around inside like razor blades, and this shit is not gonna fall apart. I think Patagonia was contracted to make these sometimes, and then they contracted to multiple companies. So sometimes you can get Equix from different factories, and then some of them will be like, "Oh, this is from this era," or when you start changing the camos, the design starts changing a little bit. But man, the nothing hits harder than an M81 Equix. And I can't turn this into what it was designed for. I can't fill it with poof. I'm like, this is the ultimate shell, almost. And it almost reverts back to what I was saying when you take a rain jacket and you put it on your internal layer. It acts as a second thermal greenhouse layer that once you put another poof and shell over that and double up, you're really cooking with like a static environment. You can really just be real happy and it's super, super cold. So I think this would turn into kind of a base combat jacket almost. And I don't know if that sounds kind of weird to say, like taking a parka, but downsizing fucking, what, 3 sizes? This is a medium short. It's a medium short. So it's like the way this fits, it fits like the large regular torrent shell that I've got with shorter arms a little bit, you know, and then the shoulder box is a little tighter. But yeah, I cannot glaze this fucking jacket hard enough, and especially because we're still in the era where you can get these for basically nothing. This almost feels like back in the day. This would have been, and if you get it true to size, you know, your double XL or whatever, it's in current day terms like maybe $500-$600 jacket. Maybe you could scoot by with the 450, but you know, that ballpark, that's where this is hitting, and it's 30 years old, almost 20 years old. So like nothing has changed. It still has glued seams, and they're almost better than any of the glued seams that I have. The stitching, they like triple it up in a lot of places, and then they pull the material back and fold it over and then go again. It still smells like her. That's kind of weird to say, but like it's like, what the fuck? It smells like the box that it was in. So there's like dude smell. There's like for sure like this was in a box with like 50 other fucking sweaty ass dudes. But no, like if there's like I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird to put on. It's almost like I'm putting on somebody else's power up that wasn't quite meant for me. I want to source this M81 shell material. I think to have a roll of this shell material and then to start manipulating it and do your best attempt. Like this collar, how I was saying the previous collar goes up real high. Same thing with this. It's a fully sealed system, and I don't want to give that up for anything. So I think looks wise, I'm gonna go for some sort of cross pedal that can accommodate poof, but when it clams up into this style of jacket where I've taken a parka, but no, this is just a regular jacket. Now, for me, just on sizing, take that concept. Like I know where I'm gonna go. You know, the Equix really sealed the deal. After having all the other bullshit, and then you get around and you like, it's $70. Like this shit was $70. What was I doing? What was all this about? It was all worthless. They figured this out years ago, dude. Years ago. And then you start circling the drain. These fucking pants, retail they're $700, but no, dude, these are like less than $100. The Obsidians. So then these are my winter pants. They're XL, and then I do a fleece liner, and then I do Kathleen pants or the like a wool long john bib through this, and then the wool fishnet if it's really really cold. But yeah, this pant material, I want this pant material inside the elbows with this material on the external shell. And 1000D Cordura, just to go over it. You know, I've got these backpacks. You know, this is really nice, but in the same vein as over-engineered, it doesn't feel any better except cooler. That's all this feels. This just feels like, oh, that looks radical as fuck. That looks sick as fuck. Like, that's basically it. Same thing with this. Now we come over to the Patagonia backpack. What did they use? 1000D Cordura, bro. Or, no, I don't know if it's 1000. Maybe it's like a kind of a little on the lighter end. but still that same heavy duty, just raw plastic material. And this is the newer one. And I have their older. This is like 10 years old. And this has lasted forever, dude. I have absolutely fucked this backpack up. And it refuses to die. Nothing on this has, no seam has busted. Look at this. I have carried boulders in this motherfucker. Sharp granite fucking boulders. And the purpose of bringing this up is the stitching on the shoulders where the padding goes. The way that this right here, what they did right here, this is fucking indestructible, dude. So I have to copy this. The way that they got this in there and then sewed it and bundled it, literally refuses to die. Okay? And then we go round and round we go. This is way less durable. And this was only a few years. It's a totally different material. Feels like a hole would get busted right through it. But no, the Refugio straight up refuses to die. And then we get into the sun hats. Again, plastic shit. You know, you gotta spray paint it. But this material is also something that I cannot have on a jacket. There's like nothing to this that I want. I know this is not. The only thing I would want this for is for a brim. And maybe copy, like they have like a metal hoop in here. I think for my brim I might do that. But again, I have like 4 of these, and you can snap the internal part in here if you overwork it. And then also you have to like size a couple sizes up, or maybe I have a big head. Yeah, I really like this material. I have no idea what this is. Absolutely none. Great material. I'll have to research Sumbria or whatever. Let's see. Where was I going with this? Dude, I think I hit the fucking wall, man. I think we're out of here. Okay. So, oh, yeah. I pulled all that shit out to grab this. Okay. Here we go. We're cooking, dude. We're cooking. So, I've got all this material. And look at how this is a beautiful 1000D. It does. I was messing with it. I'm not gonna say it feels like it could rip, but when I got the scissors going on it, it started doing that thing. When you get scissors going, you know, you already know when you get scissors going and it gets in that groove. And so I was like, man, on paper, I thought this was what I wanted. It's the color. It's more of a backpack maybe material, if that. You know, so the initial idea is, and this is going to sound totally insane, totally radical, but okay. When I was homeless, what was I dreaming about? What was I thinking about? All I could think about was, one, in the event of the apocalypse, I'm totally fucked. Absolutely fucked. There's nothing you're going to do about it. Everybody's going to die. The people that fight it out are going to be so savage that, like, I'm going to be, like, worried about, like, cleaning my water or whatever the fuck and just get my head blown off. And then I started thinking about, okay, I don't really want to, I'm not going to plan my gear around the apocalypse anymore. I'm not going to, like, plan shit for, like, indefinitely surviving. I want something stupid and crazy, and that is a sleeping bag. The way they used to do it back in the day is they would have, what I wanted was a bison blanket. I wanted a giant bison blanket. I figured while I'm out in the woods, I may as well be that dude and have a bison blanket. There's nothing else that I wanted more, especially when it got cold and all the down starts failing and you get wet and you start realizing that everything's plastic and everything rips, everything melts, everything catches fire and embers, and there's so much prickly bullshit and water that you have to use an animal product. You have to use a bison blanket. I don't think this is the same thing. But what I think I can do with this is it's so wide and so long, I can create a giant two-person sleeping bag type bivy. Okay. It's basically going to be a big shell bag with straps on it, shoulder straps on it. So it'll be like a giant sleeping bag that you can then draw into itself and fill it with all your stuff, and it's also your backpack, and then it's just a rucksack. Turn it into like a, a backsack that expands. Okay, you got to fill everything in there. Like, okay, do that. But then also it's a two-person sleeping bag, winter sleeping bag, and it can also take like a comforter, multiple comforters. I want it to be able to poof out, and you really like stuff it. So like basically end goal, I want to be winter camping in a two-person sleeping bag under the stars in a blizzard and not need a tent, basically. And how do you do that? You have to have a big sleeping bag, and having a big sleeping bag and stuffing it into a fucking backpack is a problem. So why not just, okay, you've already got your bag, it's the thing you sleep in. Why not just draw in the bottom and now you've got your backpack? So I think that's what this is going to be. And because that's what this is going to be, well, having a matching jacket would be pretty fucking sick. So, and I want to embroider it too. I'm going to use, so this is the brown thread that I've been using for putting on patches. I think this is held up. It's double bonded. I really like this stuff. Hey, Rocky, how you doing? But I got this. I forget what this is. It's from. Oh, here it is. Ultra D bonded polyester in Bishop Red. Ply 04. There's 1,000 yards. This stuff is indestructible. So I'm gonna sew up, and I think the color combo on that goes stupid, right? And I would have got the light green if they had it, but they didn't. And I was like, well, Bishop Red on the fucking this purple looks ridiculous. No eyes wide shut on me. Don't put that on me. We're reclaiming. The boys are reclaiming purple and red is what we're doing. It's the purple and red is not for the pedos. Okay, let's fucking get. And you can wear pink hats. Okay, without political statements being made. Okay, I could just purple goes with pink. So like, go fuck yourself. In any event, the jacket that I'm gonna make this is gonna be the shell. I've come to terms. This is going to be the shell because it's what both Patagonia backpacks are made out of, and it's also the thing I kind of wish my hoodie was made out of, and it's also what the green Carhartt is made out of. So I trust this material. The interstitial material, the part that's gonna go in between, like the expansive layers, the part that's going to be the wear points, I want it to be this material. It's got like a wavy pattern to it, but it's the stretch and the abrasion on this is stupid. It really is out of this world. So I'm going to hunt and try and find as many of these are old. They don't even make them anymore. But I think people have, this material is kind of filtered into just regular ass textile world. So I think I would be able to source this material. But if I could source a blank of this material and then turn it into Marpat Tiger, I think the Marpat Tiger it's like peanut butter jelly, you know? you know, there's just something about it. So multicam's kind of gay, you know. It's a little fake and gay. If it has to be M81 instead of, you know, I would like that. M81 fucking goes hard with perp, man. I mean, we got, and this is more just standard Rothko, whatever. I've got a million pants, dude. Got a million M81 pants. This is okay. Now, when you get into like pant lore or whatever, I think pants tell you more about materials than jackets ever will, especially what you have to do to make it work, and what will be like nominally acceptable from a material and a design perspective and a stitching and yada 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 on a jacket. What you could nominally accept on that is pretty fucking wide, but on pants, if you make the wrong choice on how long the Velcro is, where it terminates, how it doubles up, when you're bending your, half the time it'll fucking pinch into the back of your calf. There's like, and that's just because they position the Velcro just a little too high. It would have been fine if it was positioned just a little bit lower, but there's like all sorts of those little things that really come out. One thing that comes out on the pants is this fucking material, this tactical bullshit, you would think is pretty good. But whether it's the thread that they're using or the material, something in there is failing quite immediately. And you just notice that on the crotch. So obviously the crotch is the biggest wear point. These bust out real, and see now it's like, okay, maybe I'm fat, maybe whatever, but the thread is shredded on the ass. Whereas the Cry G3s, those lasted and withstood a lot of abuse, even though they weren't ideal in some ways, where it's like the cheaper version is 50-50 and I would prefer 65, that type of thing. You still, when you're wearing those, I destroyed mine. So I had M81 and I destroyed mine. So I gotta repair those, whatever. But point being, Velcro holds up if it's positioned right, if it's wide enough, and if it's sewn in properly with the right headspace of how far are we expecting this to move? What are we expecting to put in here? You know, are you going to be rubbing up against stuff? Which way? Do you rub up against stuff forward and backward here? Is it going to catch a stray and then rip open the Velcro just because it had a little loop on the end of it? That type of thing. Can you blouse it? Can you get it to fit inside your boots because you don't want it to get wet instead of having it go outside with the Velcro, even though that looks and feels much better? Or do you have an internal, another second gasket layer that goes into your boot and then it Velcros over the edge, which is the way I think I'm going to go with it. I like the Velcroing aspect. I like when it's very wide. It's extremely reliable and durable. And then if you combo that with an internal shell gasket sleeve of the right length and material and proportions, and it accommodates poof, and it feels good when there's no poof. All those things put together, I think I'm like edging up on it. And I notice too, when I have a question, it's answered in one of these jackets. If I have a question about these wrists, I just line up all the wrists and I go, oh, they back that up, they stitch there, they pull it up. And then there's so much stuff on YouTube that, it's like all coming together, and the jacket in my head is very close. So I think I'm going to back up on the sleeping bag backpack idea, which was the reason I got the material. And I think I'm going to start with the jacket first. Yeah. I don't know, we got an honorable mention. Honorable jacket mention is the Mako wetsuit. I think I should have got one size up just because of the head. I got a big head, I guess. I don't know. I get huge headaches the moment I put the hood on. But yeah, this thing rips. fuck. I think I'm out, man. I think I'm totally burnt on this. As far as like describing, like you get it. We all know what jackets are, and nobody's really surprised. But what I am surprised by is that this pant material really is worth so much more. Like it should be used more. It has all the qualities. It's super breathable, super light and airy. It just air just poofs right through it. But if it's uh wide enough, these are big enough that when I'm wearing them in the winter, it keeps just the right amount of air inside. There's just something weird, a weird breathability aspect and durability of these things that I think they might, just because they're plastic, they would catch fire. But I think these are outdoor research, and I think they're very compliant, and I think they're treated. So I'm not entirely certain that they wouldn't turn into immediate tinder fuel, but I gotta find it. That's my point. I gotta find it. Yeah, man. It's just exciting. Like thinking about the symbol to put on the back, and then how do you want your collar? Like I want the look of it. This looks great, doesn't it? Like there's something that looks nice about how wide a collar that has a real use, like a true purpose. It goes hard, man. And it looks solid, it looks steady, it looks usable, it looks protective. You don't look like a person that's like trying to, like sometimes, with the like leather jackets especially, it looks like they just took a suit cut and then they made a weird, when they put all the chrome on it, it's like, oh man, that doesn't, personally I don't think that looks cool at all. But like something that is purposely built, 100% purpose built, has its own aura, if you want to borrow a word from the children. Like it's got its own mystique. It's like, what are you using that for? Why does my jacket not have that? Why don't I have little so I can, button and shit into my hood? Why don't I have, what do you mean? Like bonded seams? That sounds Velcro? Big? I think I ran out of words to say, man. You will be hearing from me. That's what I've come to say. You will be hearing from me. I will be finishing a jacket. I will be finishing a sleeping bag that's a backpack. And they're going to match. And it's going to look ridiculous. It's going to look so crazy. It's going to be like, why has nobody made a jacket like this before? Like, like, that's the goal. Key, come here. Tap, tap. All right, Gloom, say goodbye. Oh, no, Mr. Kitty, not that. All right, Gloom. This jacket is 100% kitty safe. It's kitty safe and it's bayo safe. This thing is bayo safe, dude. Is kitty safe? Chop, 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 chop. Cha cha. Cha cha. Yeah, ba 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 ba. Yes. Get the Eckwicks. Get the Beckwicks. We had to shave him because so he came out of the woods and he had like matted fur, so we had to shave him down. But he also was, sleeping outside in the cold, so he like pooped on he's got big balls. So when he pooped, his poop froze on his big balls, and then he had little chunks of poop. So we had to shave him all the way. So he would have looked weird if We just shaved off chunks. And the fleas, he had fleas too, and they ate him down at his neck. Um, so he's got like this cat has lower, bro. And I haven't snipped him yet. He also has AIDS. This cat has AIDS. But he's my sweet boy. I love him. His name is Gloom. Okay. Uh, yeah. So I really don't have much to say, man. I think I'm done. I'm really glad I got that out of my system. There's a lot of things that I didn't cover. Um, there really is. It feels like there's an endless amount of shit that I didn't cover, especially when it comes to like fabrics. I think the next thing that I could yip yap about is pants. But what I want to do for pants next is I want to get my friends and their opinion about pants too. And they all have different favorite pants, and they all have like you got to get this one, you got to get this. So I think that's a really good launch point for the final little pin of okay, instead of having this be Velcro, it'll be buttoned because on the pants, the wear point and yada yada yada, and it's not going to be elastic. On these pants, they go around and they put in a totally different material, and it kind of functions a similar way. If you ratchet it, I don't even know. I don't even know, but my sense is pants will be the lamp. It will be that second lamp to give this jacket, and probably the backpack too, the sleeping bag. This as far as stitching goes, it'll also because the bib or the external layer, being able to fill it, it means it needs to be able to seal. Um, so yeah, I mean, man, I really, really hope that this gets no views. I hope none of you sat through all that. And I love you if you did. I really do. Because I just had to talk, man. I think that's really what it was. I just needed to talk. And I got this microphone. I was like, what am I going to do with a microphone? Like, I just go stick this, like, stick it in people's faces and, like, get their opinion? Like, so what do you think? What do you think about, you know, what do you think about, you know, oh, you believe that? Just no matter what they say. What do you think about the moon landing, dude? Dude, Stanley Kubrick, man, it breaks my heart. They fucking murdered that guy. They murdered Stanley Kubrick. As a kid, I never really, like, I thought he was so crazy and ornery, and, like, I just didn't get it, you know? Like, I just didn't get it. I was a beautiful idiot, about the whole fucking thing. Kitty. Yeah, man. So we've got stuff to do. I've got stuff to do. I want to paint. I want to make movies. That's what I'm doing. I'm making movies. I got an iPad. I think I can animate something with some AI. I don't know. I just got a lot to do, man. There's never enough time. But I got blessed with this cat. He just came out of the woods, man. He came out of the woods. He's so feral. He was so feral when I got him. Like, this boy was wild. Totally unsocialized. And he was skin and bones, too. And when he has all his fur, he looks crazy. He looks like, oh, that was it. When I got this cat, I finally realized I think the base form of a cat is a long hair black cat. I think that's the base form. That would be the warmest and the most sensible. And then that would also explain why African savanna big lions, they the ones with the highest testosterone have the darkest manes, but that's the biggest compromise because it's so hot. So it would make sense that the mane is the vestigial feature of the now useless long fur. I don't think it would develop the other way, where they all have short hair and then they instantly grow long hair. And then it would be based on dark hair and testosterone. Like, I think dark long hair makes the most sense. It was cold for a long ass time, so big cats would have dark long hair to survive. And this guy disappears. At night, there's nothing. You see literally nothing. When he has all of his fur, you see absolutely nothing. I love him. I love him so much. Okay, we're signing off. Say goodbye. Boop, boop, boop.